What's going on, guys? Fr8'z back again. Freight Mama, we're back on the road. And guys, I meant to get this video out a long time ago, about 14 days ago. This comment was off of my last video that I did about trainees and trainers working together. And we're going to read that here real quick. So it says, your attitude towards new hires. Nathaniel Greeble 9967 says, your attitude towards new hires, you wonder why there's a shortage of truck drivers. Hey guys, I got to tell you, I've only been in the industry going on 6 years now. So I'm still a new driver. Okay. I'm in my 6th year. I'm still a new driver to me. So I reached out to a very good friend of mine, who has got almost 4 times the amount of experience that I have. And my thought process on this is, number one, the guy obviously didn't watch the entire video. Or number 2, he may be a new trainee and has that trainee biasm going on. Or number 3, he doesn't know anything about the industry. I don't know, but I'm going to bring in somebody that's more educated and has a little bit more background than I do on this whole situation. So guys, I want you guys to welcome Willie, the Million Mile Man. Willie, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Pretty good, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. So
that's good. That's good.
My thought process on this whole deal is the attitude to new hires. And the reason I want to do this video is kind of get the expectations out, because you're a trainer. I was a trainer.
Right.
And I spent most of my time here at Prime training before my wife started driving with me. And a lot of people tend to forget that, as long as with the flatbed as well. So, and you have had almost 20 years experience in this industry. You have seen it way before I saw it. So
oh, yeah.
I want to get your take on what you feel about the expectations new hires should have coming into the industry now, and how it was back when you came into the industry.
Does he think there's a driver shortage?
We'll get to the we'll get to the truck driver shortage in just a second. Let's attack the new hire setup right now. That's what I want to figure out. What's going on? How you feel? What the expectations for new hires should be, and how it was when you came in.
Well, right now, I think that they think they're supposed to be babied. They feel like you're supposed to bend over backwards for them, but they're the one trying to come in to get the job.
Exactly.
But when I came in, all you had to do was say one thing wrong, and they would let you out on the side of the road.
Because what's Prime's motto? Just Prime. Okay.
Yep. Driven by the best.
And that's what they want. That's what they expect, the best. Okay?
Exactly.
Because Prime's got a lot to offer their drivers, their operators, their company guys, everybody. They got a lot to offer in-house.
Exactly.
Prime's a good setup, okay? And so they want driven by the best, so they expect the best. Now,
Facts.
I feel like I'm with you. These new cats that come in, and it's usually the younger generation. Okay, we got the 21s and up, and I have nothing against that, because the thing about it is, with me, is just background based. Okay, when you start talking about people's, where they come from, how they were raised, stuff like that. People ain't getting raised like they used to be, like me and you were raised.
Ain't no question.
There is no,
no question.
It doesn't even exist anymore.
No.
So you do have a lot of self-entitled drivers coming in, or wannabe drivers. They come in and they say, "Hey, Prime told me this in orientation, and I'm going to do this, and that's just the way it is. I don't care about you. I just need to get mine." And that's not the way trucking really is. It's really a partnership, a brotherhood between trainer, trainee, company, trainee, and you're supposed to work together, correct?
Correct. But if you want to be on your own so fast, there are plenty of companies
exactly
that will give you a set of keys and let you go about your business.
Exactly. And that was my thought process too. So when we were talking about my friend in that video, he was trying to actually do his job as a trainer. He was trying to explain to the trainee, "Hey man, I understand you want to get as much as possible. We all do. That's the way it is. The problem is I have to teach you how to do that efficiently."
Right.
So, and what'd you say about legally? Yeah, exactly. Legally.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
Yeah, because what he was trying to do was really illegal. It was going to end up being illegal in the long run, because you can't stay on duty indefinitely and still drive at the end of the week. It's not going to happen.
So you can't do that.
Exactly. So, and if he would have actually listened to my buddy, he would have told him. He said, "Hey, look, I'm trying to teach you that eight hours and 45 minutes per day of on duty plus
Right.
driving
Right.
for your 8-day clock is still going to
Right.
add up to 70 hours, whether no matter how you look
Either
at
way.
it.
Either way.
Exactly. So, but when it comes down to crunch time and I need you to drive, and you have no hours because you've been on red in the 70 because you've had your on duty on the entire time, what are we going to do
Exactly. You
then?
can't do
And
nothing.
in
The
his
fleet
mind
manager
was,
gonna want to know what's going on.
exactly. And in his mind, in the trainee's mind, he's like, man, I don't care. It's not my problem. And I feel like that right there is a slippery slope to failure automatically.
But if you
as a
don't
trainee.
care about me and mines, and I'm giving you what I've learned over the years,
Right.
and you don't understand, there's nothing else to talk about.
Yeah, exactly.
With
And
the wrong
that's the thing
person.
about it is you gotta be flexible. Just like as trainers, we
Exactly.
have to be flexible. We have to accommodate to a certain degree. So does the
Exactly.
trainee. So Nathaniel's comment that I picked up on, I didn't take offense to. I don't take offense to any of these comments, but I
Right.
want to clarify things for the viewers that if you just watch the first 10 seconds of that video, of course you're going to think I had a negative attitude towards the trainee because
Exactly.
all you caught was the snippet of what I said. You didn't actually
Exactly.
get the full content of the video. So guys, that's one thing I can tell you before, and everybody who's watching right now, we got 28 people in the stream. There's going to be others that are going to watch because this is going to set up as a video just for this topic. And I'm going to try to do more videos like this. I hope everybody kind of enjoys this kind of setup, especially bringing in guests and everything. But if you are watching, it doesn't matter if you're my channel or any other channel on trucking, watch the entire videos. And the only reason is because everything can be pulled out of context. You can have
Right.
one person say one thing. You could say something right now, Willie, and then just watch that 10 seconds and
One
be like,
snippet.
I can't believe he said that. But if you would have watched the 10 seconds before and the 10 seconds after, you'd have realized you'd have been able to put everything that Willie said into context.
Exactly.
So exactly. So
Exactly.
that's,
I
Let's see,
mean,
we
when
got
you start to look at the game, it's gonna be ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
It's never gonna be all beautiful.
exactly. And that's the thing, it's going to be ups and downs. And that's kind of what
Exactly.
we're going through right now. We're going through that self-cleansing process. Every 4 to 8 years, the industry is going to see a slump, and then it's going to see a pickup. We're
Right.
in the area right now, and I've got so many people asking me questions on comments and stuff, and they say, hey, do you think right now is a good time to come to the trucking industry? And I'll be like, if you can come in now and you can make it now, you're going to make it at any time during trucking.
Exactly.
The thing about
Big
Prime
facts.
the thing about Prime is things might have slowed down a little bit market-wise, but Prime's still got every driver rolling. If you're out here available for dispatch, they're going to make it happen. You're going to be rolling. It might not be like it was a year and a half ago.
Exactly.
You might not have those baller loads out of that area that you thought you were going to have, but you're going to be rolling and we're still making money, And,
Exactly.
and so it's one of those things, man. It's like, I feel like Prime's got that freight. They've got that set up. They've got that market control to a point where they're like, hey, we can take care of this. We can make it happen. They might have to spread. We might have to spread a little thin every now and then, but we're still out here moving and making money.
Exactly. But I think what happens is they see PSD and they think PSD going to the hotel every day makes them where they feel like they're still at home. Then
Right.
when they get to TNT, I already knew when the situation came out that the money thing was going to cause a problem within the training situation.
Right.
But I know they had to do it.
Well, and
Because every year they, Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
As long as I've been out here, it's been a problem with any company that trains as
Right.
far as the money. Every year somebody's getting a class action lawsuit about how
Right.
much the person was getting paid.
Right. Well, and then the AB5 law and everything that
Exactly.
California initiated, separating company from contractor. They're trying to find that defining definition about that. That's only spurred up more fair wage lawsuits.
Exactly.
Because everybody wants to say we should be paid X amount per hour. Okay. And there are companies that do that. They do pay their drivers, their local regional drivers per hour. That is possible. The problem is as a truck driver, and I said this in my last EOL video that I did,
Yeah,
as a
I
truck
saw
driver,
that.
you will drive yourself crazy at the end of
Exactly.
the week. When you have a rough week and you look and you be like, man, I only made $9 an hour this week. Like for all my
Exactly.
hours. 168 hours I was out here on the road away from my family, away from my friends. I only made $9 an hour. What in the world? And so
It'll
people
run you
don't look
crazy.
at
You
it
can't
that way.
think about it like that, bro. You can't
Exactly.
think about it like that.
there's a million ways to look at your revenue with your truck, with your take home, whatever you want to do. But when you start condensing your mind into such a closed-minded like view of things, that's when
Right.
things start to go wrong. That's when you start harboring that like how do you say, remorsefulness over the situation that you're in, because
Exactly.
you start getting to the point where you're just looking at negative, and then you hate your life out here. I mean, you just
Why do I want to do this?
exactly, this is not for everybody. So when the trainees, and that's like you're talking about the lawsuits, when the trainees come in at Prime and said, hey guys, we're guaranteeing you $900+ a week. You're going to be on this scale for your on duty time. You have a possibility to make more. Okay.
Right.
Let's talk about that for a second. When I came in back at 17, it was $500 to your 20,000 mile TNT, and then
Right.
$600 for 20,000 plus. So
Exactly.
I was supporting a family of 6 on like $420 a week take home.
7.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, because my son lived with us, so it was 7. Yeah, so 7. So
Yeah.
and some of these cats right now, with the way things have been taken home more than the operator has, just depending on what happens with the truck.
That's facts.
Whatever,
That's
if they've got a
facts, bro.
breakdown or something like that, that the operator may bring home $900 that week, and the trainee might bring home like $780 or $800. And
Right.
but when they have a good week and the operator makes that $4,500 to $6,000 that week, they want to look at and they find out about it, because I do my best not to tell my trainees about my revenue, because we don't do that until after they can run the truck themselves.
Right.
And then they learn about the lease side. That's a whole different thing. But when they find that out, they say, well, this guy's he's using me as a slave, man. I'm just a mule.
Right.
That's all.
Right.
And you turn around, you're like, dude, I've worked my way up to do this. Like, this
Facts.
was my rite of passage. This was my dues that I paid. I did the same thing you did.
Exactly.
So to me, it's a very facetious way to look at things from a standpoint of the trainee like that. And but then they expect the trainers to be like, oh man, come here, man. I love you, man. I'm so sorry, man. Sorry you feel that way. Yeah, you're right. Rob Lowe should go ahead and pay you $3,000. You don't know nothing. You should get paid $3,000 this week, man. I love you, man. Come on.
Exactly.
They wonder why there's animosity in the cab when it comes to that.
Bro, when you do it the way, they had to do what they had to do. But
Right.
the basic hourly, it was going to create a lot of different things in people's mind.
Right.
So,
And that's like my wife just brought up a good point too, is like, if you go to any career, if you start any career, whether it's fast food, whether it's janitorial, whether it's with a power company, whatever it is that you want to do, you could be sitting in an office. Do you really expect to walk into that new job, that new career, first day, day one, take over?
It don't work like that.
I know you own the company and everything, man, but I'm gonna do what the hell I want to do. And that's just
It don't work like that.
It doesn't.
You ain't gonna have a job.
Or get paid and you work
Or you get paid like as much as the guy that's training you is. Like, hey man, I know you've been here 12 years and you're training me to do this job, but man, why am I not making as much as you the first day? That makes no sense. So why is it in the trucking industry, people think like, I can hold a steering wheel just like you can, I deserve to get paid as much as you day one? Makes no sense.
They look at it like it's a get rich quick scheme.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
Exactly. But
So
and
they
then
come
the
from
sacrifices.
this.
Yes.
But you got to get a sacrifice, man. We only made $250
Exactly.
when I started. $250.
You said $250?
$250.
When you started. Wow.
And if you don't want to do what I need you to do, there's the door.
Yeah, that's how they treated you.
If you make one mistake, there's the door. They won't giving us no reprieve, brother. They weren't gonna let us hurt them in their truck.
Yeah,
They don't want to listen. Listen, we had every week it was somebody left at the truck stop with their bags on the side because they didn't do what the trainer asked them to do.
I love it. I love your perspective on things, because you can see a timeline built up with your experience from like your start to, and like there's not many people out there that are willing to share it. So thank you so much for coming on the video and sharing this.
Anything for you, my brother.
People need to see this stuff. They need to see how it was, like what you've lived through, what you've experienced, because I'm still part of that new school. I mean, I was here at 17. I'm just now in my 6 years. Like I said, I'm a baby still. You've got almost 20 years in this industry. You have seen several ups and downs, several changes. You've seen everything go from
All
standard
of it,
shift to
bro.
automated manual. You've seen it all.
Exactly.
You know, duals to super singles, all this stuff change, and you've
But
seen it all
why did they change it though?
to make it easier to get into trucking.
Bars.
What?
Bars.
Bars?
100%.
Yeah,
Facts.
yeah. Because you can't find, because see, we don't, unless, okay, so now we're going to talk about the truck driver shortage, okay?
Right.
Now, let me ask you, and I'm not even going to, we haven't talked about this, okay? We probably touched base on it when we were talking about doing the video. But it anytime between 9, let's just say 5 p.m. to 5 a.m.
No, 3 or 4.
All right, 4, let's do 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. Any time zone,
Right.
okay, across the United States of America. What's the likelihood of you finding a parking spot for your truck or trailer?
0.
That's
0.
amazing. Because everybody says we have a truck driver shortage. It's crazy. You figure there would be
0.
parking spots everywhere. Oh my God.
I'm in one right now, and guess what? It's what time? And it is packed.
It's like, what, you're at Central Time right now?
Yeah.
So it's not even 2 o'clock, and it's packed up.
No. It's packed.
Oh, wow.
But when I made a comment, he wanted to come back at me about local gigs, and that's totally different than OTR. Because local gigs, they'll have guys, I mean, you don't make
Can you hear
good
my wife,
money.
Willie?
You don't make good money being local or regional like you do OTR.
Right.
Therefore, you can jump from an OTR, you can jump from a regional job to a regular warehouse job like it's nothing.
Right.
That's what a lot of people do.
She was saying she had made a comment to the guy, and he had made a comment back about local and OTR, trying to compare local with OTR or regional and
He
OTR.
was saying, he said he could call any job right now and get hired just like that. And I said maybe local or regional, like places that have like little small runs and stuff,
Right.
where you get paid like $500 and $600 a week. You know, like a lot less.
It doesn't even really matter. Any driver with a good record, okay, like you or me,
Right.
my MVR's clean. I'm sure yours is as well.
Good.
No service
that's a whole
failures, no
other
nothing. You know,
ballgame.
nothing on Prime's end, nothing on the DOT's end.
Exactly.
We both have 2+ years experience. Okay, obviously,
Right.
You got way more than me, sir. Bow down to you, but we could go anywhere. Okay,
Exactly.
Good job. Why? Because we
ASAP.
don't have a shortage of drivers. We have a shortage of quality drivers.
Facts.
That's exactly what we have. So there's drivers everywhere. If you are on any, if you have not been living under a rock or behind the couch at home and never come out, you know, during the day, if you get on any highway in America, 9 times out of 10 you're going to see more trucks than you do passenger vehicles now. And the reason is because everything that America needs to survive and thrive comes on a truck.
Well, my opinion is there's not a truck driver shortage. There's too many trucks. And with trucks come insurance and payments, and somebody everywhere, either mom and pop or companies everywhere, wants to have these trucks running. That's great,
Right.
but there's not enough freight to keep it. It's like, that's like saying when we build too many homes when we don't have enough population. No, you just built too many homes.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have too many people, you know,
Yeah.
in the world.
And
No,
that
you
and
just
that
built too
and
many
that
homes.
pre-COVID COVID spike in the trucks, the truck
Right.
buying, you know, and everything was just like, oh my gosh, before COVID you had a $50,000 truck. During COVID you
Right.
had a $95,000 truck.
Well,
You know, I mean,
Exactly.
it was nuts.
they were giving out business loans
So
too.
the demand went through the roof, price went through the roof. Everybody was buying as much as they possibly could
Buying
because the
trucks.
factories couldn't push it out. Next thing you know, now we've got companies that are like, man, we got to hang it up. I mean, you know, we got too many trucks, not enough drivers, not enough freight.
The
You know,
house mortgage interest rates, it was the same thing with trucks. Interest rates were so little that people went out buying trucks like crazy. So now they have all these trucks. They're stuck with the payments. They went and got business loans. They opened up their own trucking business. I mean, it all went crazy. And now they're saying, oh, there's a trucking driver shortage. No, everyone just went crazy buying trucks.
yeah, there's a driver shortage because there's a truck overage.
We
If you want to look at it that
so
way.
many trucks sitting at Prime right now. It's not funny.
Yeah, look at Prime's
And yet we're not hiring.
Millennium lot, the Millennium lot. I mean, you can't find a parking spot there. I don't care what day of the week it
Well,
is. It's
and then they're
nuts.
like, oh my God, we have all these trucks. No, they're like, listen, you know, we got trucks we need to get rid of, and we're not hiring. Like,
Yeah.
because they realize there's not.
Well, they're
enough
slow
freight.
hiring. They're not
That's
something
what
they're
I'm
not hiring.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that they realized, okay, we have too many trucks. We don't need to hire on any more people because we need to maintain our freight. But at the same time, we need to get rid of these trucks. Like, they know what they're doing.
Well, it's like last year when the ELDT requirements came out from DOT last February.
Right.
I was excited about it.
Right.
Because I was like, yes, it's going to make it a little bit tougher to be a driver. We're going to actually start getting people that actually will work towards this lifestyle and work harder to be that professional driver that Prime's looking for, or that, the industry needs. Because you can attest to this. Trucking was a brotherhood at one time. I mean, if you had trucks on the side of the road broke down, people, you'd have 4 or 5 stop just to help you. You can't even get them to move out of the lane.
Putting on any type of equipment you needed. Because see, my trainer is 80-some years old, bro. We used to stop and help somebody put an alternator on, a starter on, or whatever. And we weren't being dog eat dog about it. But nowadays, whole different vibe is out here right now. We would never pass anybody broken down.
Exactly. It's and you can just about, if you're the guy on the side of the road, you just about can't get anybody to move over to give you a safe, area to be broke down in. Nobody cares. It's all me. It's get mine, Mama, get mine, get mine. Which goes back to the way that trainee was looking at things, guys. And there's a comment right here I just saw from Sloan or Mark Ely here. Let's bring it up here. He says, "Facts. The student is cheap labor." Mark, I'm not going to deny that. Okay, I'm not going to deny that. But let me tell you something. The contractors didn't ask for that. Okay, the contractors did not tell Prime, "Hey, you only pay them this." We had no say in that. But number two, look at what the trainee is getting. They're getting paid while they learn a trade. Okay, they're making money while they learn a trade, and it doesn't matter if our trucks break down as lease ops. It doesn't matter if we go home; they still get their money.
Well, I'll tell you.
So whether they're driving or not,
there's an option around that. You can quit your job and not make any money at all, and you can go to trade school, because I didn't get paid to get my CDL.
Yeah, I didn't either. I got my CDL at a tech school.
If I hadn't have been for you working,
in fact, we actually had to take time off work to get our CDL, so we got paid less.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you have.
So
options. You don't have to come to.
Yeah, you do have options.
$100 a week.
Yeah.
And the other thing is I can go on and on.
Get fired up now.
The military, it doesn't pay you to come in the military. You'll get a bonus after your training's done, but when my stepson went in the military, he didn't get anything for it. He wasn't made to go in, and we appreciate his service, but he didn't get paid anything until he graduated boot camp, and even then, he makes pennies on the dollar, and then he makes way more sacrifice than we do.
Yep.
So I think just about every student Will's ever had, when they get on this truck, the first time they see that $900 check, they're like, "Man,
that is true.
This anywhere.
That is true. The first time
we never have anybody get on the truck. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head that says $900. Man, I'm ready to make some money. This is crap.
That is true. The first time that anybody gets on the truck, they always are like, "Oh man, I brought home $780 this week. That's insane. That's nuts."
In the beginning, they're grateful for it. Now, once
all it takes is one slip up, or you let them know what you made, or you. 5,500. What the?
Or
did you I just made $760. You made 5,500.
Well,
oh no!
The other solo drivers that are already driving.
Next thing you know, you got them in the back of it. Yeah, baby, I want to get the hell up off this truck right here. He talking about he made 5,500.
It's not cheap labor. You're being trained. You're in training. If you had experience and you already knew how to do this job, you wouldn't be in this truck if you knew.
Am I wrong?
If you knew what you were doing, you'd be in your own money.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you a story. Let me tell y'all a story.
All right, go ahead. All right, he's telling a story.
About 10 years ago, I had a gentleman, and we were in Los Angeles. And he said to me, "Well, man, this training process is too long, dude. I'm good to go." I said, "All right, I'm gonna go lay down, bro. Get me out of LA." 2 hours later, he's still riding around LA.
Turns out he wasn't good to go.
He said he was good to go.
Yeah.
I let him call me about 50 times. So I needed him to understand that just because you think you're ready, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
I mean,
and until you, and even after your training is done with Prime, which I want to let everybody know out there who's watching this video now and will watch the video. Even though your training's done at Prime, there's no limit to what you need to be trained. Like there's no DOT is not. So this goes back to what I was saying about the ELDT requirement that got released back last February. I was thinking they were going to put a requirement, a time requirement, mileage, something. I was like, hey, this is going to push guys to the limit. You know, and I hate saying it like this, but this is the truth. The weak ones will be weeded out, and the strong ones that are going to the survivors, they're going to be the ones pushed through. You can go to any. I even called in Missouri. You can go to a private driving school in 3 days if you got $5,000 or less, and get your CDL in 3 days.
When I was doing
no
classes,
experience.
When I was doing classes, you pay $100 fee and come test out. Just show up and get in the truck and test out. Yeah,
my wife's saying when she was doing classes, she got her CDL after me. But when she was doing classes at the tech school, you could just pay a $100 fee and test out early if you wanted to. There's no set time to do that. But what does that?
Everyone is going to think that's okay unless you come to Prime and you train, and then you'll be saying, okay, whoa, wait a minute, I thought it was awesome that I just got to get in a truck and test out.
We did. We thought, because when we went to Prime, we had our CDLs. We walked in there all, chest bowed out like, so I already got my CDL, man.
Exactly.
What y'all, like you looking down at somebody like, what you looking at?
Exactly.
You working on your CDL, ain't you, little guy? I bet you go, and then we get into a truck, realize we don't know what we're doing. Had no clue.
I was terrified. I'd only driven on the road like 2 times when I got my CDL. Yeah. And the whole time there was a trainer there with me. I'm like, and then when I came out here, I was like, oh my God, I was terrified for Will to go to sleep. I was like, do not leave me up here alone in this truck. Like, it's crazy. But everyone's okay with hurrying up, speeding up the process, and 30,000 miles is too long. We all have that mentality unless you're going to train or team. You go to a company like RL or FedEx where they need teams, you're like, oh yeah, I want to make, $5,000 a week. All of a sudden you got to sleep behind someone else driving, and then you start thinking, how long did it take you to get your CDL? How many miles did you do? How long you been driving? You'll wonder their credentials when you got to sleep behind somebody. Yeah. But it's all fun and games if you're solo. You just got to worry about yourself.
So we got Sloan Trucking TV says, let's not gaslight the industry. If someone is leaving their families for weeks on end for $600, $900, it's not fair compensation. Nobody's making you come drive. Don't come drive.
We all made that sacrifice.
If you are not willing to do what drivers for decades have done and paid your dues, quote unquote, don't come drive.
That's right. We've all done it.
Don't do it. Because
I'm gonna tell you the smartest thing I ever heard, and it's from a guy. He was driving before I was, and I was doing the videos about Stevens, right? So he calls me up. He said, Willie. I said, yeah, bro. He said, did they put a gun to your head to sign the contract? I said, hey, my fault, bro. You right. They didn't. So stop talking shit.
Yeah.
That's what he told me.
Right. And
it's the truth. Don't nobody make you do it.
Yep. We can get out here and we can complain all we want. We can be negative all we want. But we chose to be here. Okay. Now, the problem is these cats nowadays don't know what they're getting into before they get into it. So that's the issue.
Right.
And let me say something else. Right. You can complain about that $600-something after taxes. There's some weeks where you've already upgraded and you're solo in your own truck and you won't make that. What's your excuse then?
Exactly.
Who are you mad at then?
Exactly.
It's the industry. We're not. Me and Will have bad checks, and there's 2 people driving.
We went. Me and my wife. We drove. It was a couple weeks ago. And we really don't. Like I said, we don't really have bad weeks. Prime's usually good. My average is well above expectation. Okay, I have nothing. And just the way the cars fell, the way the cars fell, they just did not fall in our favor. And we've got some spotty signal right now, so if I lose you guys, it'll come back on. But we ended up with less than $2,000 coming to the bank as a team truck, and it was just everything hit all at once. I had tolls hit that week. We had 2 or 3 layovers, and we had to wait for product. 2 or 3 things of detention we weren't waiting on.
I mean, it was $1,800, so that's $900 a driver, and us too have been away from our family 6 to 8 weeks at a time.
$900 a driver, and you take that, you divide 900 divided by 168 hours that week. Let's see what we got. Yeah, we made $5.35 an hour each. Y'all didn't see that video though, did you?
I seen it.
You didn't see that video, did you?
I seen the breakdown.
Lease guarantee.
Yeah, I seen
No, I'm
that
saying
breakdown,
I'm saying about me complaining about that week. I didn't make no video about that week.
At
No,
least
you don't. No,
if that trainer's truck goes down and you're sitting in a parking lot all week, you're still getting paid, and that trainer, meanwhile, I mean, the clock's ticking and his money's burning. He has to pay you to sit in the parking lot with him. Meanwhile, you know, you're not even driving, the truck's not moving, the truck payments still due. You're burning fuel to idle.
And that's a lot of things that most trainees coming into Prime, most new hires don't understand is the lease op. If you get hooked up with a lease op trainer, they are paying your revenue.
Whether the truck's moving or not.
Doesn't matter if the truck's moving or not.
Students don't get paid based on runs or miles or freight or anything like that. You're getting a guarantee. But yet, if, like I said, if that truck's broke down or you have a bad load and you're stuck sitting on a load, the trainer's paying the truck payment, he's paying the fuel to sit there and aisle, the APU, he's paying the students' wages.
So Willie, you made $250 when you came in during training. And who was that with? Who did you train?
Yes.
Who did you train with? Stevens Transportation. So you trained with Stevens Transportation for $250 a week. Wow.
We've all had to do it. And it used to be way
Now,
worse.
mind you, see, listen, bro.
Go ahead, Willie.
I was an executive chef in Atlanta.
Right.
But I was tired of the corporate bull. So
Yeah.
whatever I needed to do to get away from that, it didn't matter to me. You know, inner office emails going around, budgets, and I just got tired of it, bro. And 250 sounded good to be able to get away from the headache.
Right.
Now I tried to make sure I was ready, but at that time we was training maybe 2 months.
Right.
But you got
and so how did you feel after those 2 months of training? Did you feel like you were like, man, I know what I'm doing, I'm ready?
Oh, no, bro, he threw me off the truck, bro. No. He said, they called me, they said, are you ready? I said, no, give me another week. I hung the phone up. He said, hey, man, you getting off this week. Period. You're ready.
He said, you get off this week.
You are
They
ready.
kicked you off.
I'm trying to stay. Yeah, I'm trying to stay.
And that's one thing here.
So,
That's one thing here at Prime.
They're not ready to upgrade.
Exactly, and that's another thing most people don't understand about Prime is, and I know this is way longer than what I expected. I expected like a 9-minute video. We're in like 33 minutes now.
Well, something else I'd encourage people to look into is see what other trucking companies are paying for training, because when you came to Prime, nobody was paying what Prime is, and I doubt nobody's paying what Prime is now.
I mean, even if they are, you still have to follow their requirements, their stipulations. You know, even if there's companies paying more than Prime, you think they're going to let you just come in and be like, oh, you're totally different. Your experience should be completely different from everybody else that's trained you. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. No, that's not how it's going to work.
Look at the military. That's away from their families, and they don't get paid at all.
Yep.
It is the way that people go in the military, everyone says, well, that's just the way the military is. Well, this is just the way trucking is. Yes. We all have to pay our dues.
Right, exactly. And that's the way it is. That's just the way the industry is. Just like you being a acclaimed chef, you know, you didn't walk in there and you wasn't doing the ratatouille dance the first night. Bro, you were being trained. No, bro, you probably started washing dishes.
Bro, even after I got out of culinary school, you still got to do the grunt work first.
Yeah, you're still a little man on a totem pole.
You go with it. You got to, exactly. You go from a working chef, and then pray that you can be an executive chef.
Right.
Because you always under somebody until you can get some names behind you.
Right.
So, but I never started making what the chefs I was working for was making. Same school.
Right.
You got to pay your dues.
Yeah. Or go look at tech school where you don't have to be away from your family and.
Yeah, it's like Andrew said, go to tech school, lose time out of work, don't get paid to get your CDL, and then and then just miss time out of work or quit your job. I mean, you can do that. I mean, but guess what? If you don't get to a company within 90 days after achieving that CDLA status, they're gonna act like you don't have one.
Well, not only that,
You're going to go back to the training process all over
if
again.
you come to prom, you still have to do those miles at that rate because they're not going to put you in a $200-something thousand truck with no experience.
That's what I'm saying. You got 90 days after achieving that CDL. They don't even recognize it.
But even getting your CDL only cuts out the PSD phase. You still have to do the TNT to go over the road before they'll put you in a brand new $200,000 truck.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. There's no way to get around the TNT phase. Unless you go local, you'll find somewhere like Pepsi or Coca-Cola or somewhere that'll hire you with no experience.
Right.
But have you seen the Pepsi trucks? I mean, they're from like the 80s. If they don't care if you wreck them. If anything, you do them a favor, they'll follow.
And the thing about it is, it's all about what you want out of trucking. Like, what do you want? Do you want to be home every night? Okay, well, come out here, pick a company at home that you want to drive for, find out what the requirements are, and make that goal.
Yep.
Hey, if they want 1 year OTR experience, I go out for 1 year, come home. You know, what do you want out of trucking? There's so many different avenues of trucking that you can take. You can't be closed-minded and be like, it should all be the same. My experience should all be the same at this company, whereas this company, this situation, it's not.
But you have to also realize that things are going to burn out here. Like when we go to Florida, it burns to get out of Florida. But if that's why we try to get short hops to go somewhere where it'll only burn for a second. It only burns in the beginning of trucking. The very beginning of your career, yes, those $900 a week checks for those of you that make more is going to burn for a minute. But after the burn is over, you'll get your money, you know, based on the miles you run or the freight you take, and then you can go home and get another job, whatever you want to do. But it's just the training phase.
Right.
This is not how Prime operates. That's not $900 your whole career with Prime. I mean, the harder you run, the faster that truck moves, the faster the pain's over with. I mean, for those of you making more than $900 a week, which is not what we saw with Will students. We did not see any of them taking a pay cut to come to Prime. It was actually, they got a pay increase to come to Prime.
Very few of those. I'm going to see if I can get Willie back in here. I don't know where, I don't know if I dropped him or he dropped me. Let me see what my service is looking like. Looks like I got pretty good service. I'm trying to see. Let me see. See if I can get him back in here, guys. Hold on for 1 second. Because I did not expect to lose him like that. Yeah, I mean, most of the trainees we had, most of them always did have. I mean, they were always happy with the training pay. It was never like, you know.
The miles are what we got the complaints on. They would be like, man, I'm ready for these miles to get over, you know.
Exactly.
They're ready for their own privacy, their own truck. They're ready to pick their families up and ride with their girlfriends or their kids, things like that. But I mean, the pay was never an issue with any of the students that I remember at all.
Until they found out what the trainer made. Then it was an issue.
There would be a couple of the younger ones. Man, that's crazy. You're making this and I'm making this. Once they had something to compare to, of course, there was bitterness there. But, I mean, it was with us. I remember when your trainer was, you know, we found out what your trainer was making. We were like, what the heck? You know, you're doing what he's doing. But once you get out and you realize, okay, he was footing the bills for the fuel. He was footing the bills for the truck. He was footing the bills for my paycheck. You know, he was the one paying all the bills for it. I mean, I guess that's just how it worked. Right.
Well, and that's the thing about it is most people, they see this channel, you know, they see there's a few other guys in here. We got JDQ in here. We've got No Hippie Trucking. Travis Kinley was doing YouTube for a while with trucking.
I think he still is.
He probably still is. Yeah, he's still got a channel. Willie the Million Mile Man. All these people, they see these channels, and like Willie said earlier, they think it's easy. They think it's okay. Well, I'm just going to come trucking. I'm just going to make
money will just come.
Yeah, I'm going to make $1 million, and you know, I see these guys. I see the pictures of them when they go home and all that stuff. We work our tails off for this stuff. We don't. It doesn't get handed to us. Like you got to hustle. You got to know your rates, your lanes. You got to know what's good for you, what's bad for you, when to jump, when not to jump. I mean, it's like chess. I mean, it really is. It's like a game of chess. You got to know where you want those pieces to fall ahead of time before they fall. That's the best way to do it. You back with us, Willie?
Yeah, the phone got hot, bro. I don't know what happened. The phone got hot, cut off.
The phone got hot?
And cut off.
I thought it was me, man. I was like, man, I think I dropped him.
Nah. The phone said temperature too high. I was like, oh.
So let's see. So we had a couple drivers up here. So Sloan decided he said there is a driver shortage, a shortage of good drivers. Well, we have exactly quality drivers. Anybody nowadays, and the automated manual transmission really ruined that. The quality of driver, because any Joe Blow can just sit in the seat. These things are like big minivans now. Okay.
If there was truly a driver shortage, no driver would be sitting for hours waiting on dispatch. I'm on Rates and Lanes. I'm on all these other trucking pages, and these drivers are sitting waiting for freight to come available.
So if you can,
we here at Prime sometimes have to sit for a few hours.
Yeah.
There's just no freight because there's so many people already out here.
So if you can understand supply and demand a little bit, let's just do a simple supply and demand class real quick. If there is a high demand of something, okay, high demand, you want a high supply, right? But if you don't have a high supply, what happens? The cost for that demand goes up, okay? But if you have the same amount of demand and you have the high supply of drivers that's available to fill that demand, what happens? The cost of that demand goes down, okay?
Exactly.
If you have too much of one thing, you have an overage of drivers. It's like my wife said, if we had a shortage of drivers, we wouldn't be waiting for loads. Before you drop your load, everybody would have a pre-plan. They don't care what company you run for. You'd be pre-planned. They'd be like, hey man, you should have been here yesterday, man. I need you to hurry up and get over here and get this load right now. It's not happening right now.
We have friends pulling oversized, sitting for 24 hours waiting on load. We have friends
sometimes 2, 3, 4 days, you know.
We have friends driving for other companies, pulling different freight and everything. Everyone right now is waiting for loads to be pulled. I mean, there's too many drivers out here. You never make me believe there's a driver shortage. That because of the cost of living, everyone's trying to go to OTR. I know a lot of drivers I see on the field emails saying, hey, I'm a driver now, but I'm looking to go TR. I want to come to Prime, blah, blah, blah. So, I don't know. You'll never make me believe that there's a driver shortage, though.
So Mark Ely says OTR driver to local is $30 per hour with 30 years experience. Student off the truck, local, $28 for $28 OTR. There's no value for your experience. Now, guys, let me tell you something. I'm not saying
that is true to an extent. If he's saying what I think he's saying, I said that before. Like if you were solo and you didn't have a student, like okay, let's say I'm your student and I get off this truck, I can pull and then you go solo for a while. Me and you can make the same amount of money, and I have less experience than you. If that's what he's trying to say, and that is true, like rate wise, because you know,
I think
like,
what he's saying is OTR driver to local, you're making $30 an hour after 30 years experience, and he's saying a new student right off the truck going local will make $28 OTR. So there's no value for your OTR experience, is what he's saying. But that goes back to saying, what are you worth as a driver? You ask me what I'm worth. It's infinite zeros behind the one. But am I going to get paid that? No, probably not.
I don't know. I don't see a lot of local guys making money. The ones that I've
well, you go local depends on the area you work in too. Like if you're going to be in Cali, if you're going to be in LA area, you're going to be in New York area. Obviously, that revenue is going to be up because the cost of living there is going to be up. But if you're like in, the outskirts of Albuquerque, New Mexico, you're probably not going to make a lot of money.
Yeah. Everybody I know, they're not making no money OTR. And you can work in the Walmart warehouse and make more
But
money.
it goes back to what you want out of the industry. What do you want?
I thought he was saying like solo wise, because that was something else that you don't get paid if you go lease here at Prime. You don't get paid based on experience. You get paid based on freight. Whatever the rates are. The only way you get paid based on experience is if you go company, because you'll get increase.
You'll get that increase,
yeah.
And that's really not based on your experience. That's based on, but it is to an extent. But as Prime continues to grow, they constantly update the rates.
No, but I'm saying, all right, let's say you drop me off in Springfield, and me and you both leave Springfield at the same time, 2 separate trucks. I could pull a $5,000 load out of Springfield, and you pull a $3,000 load out of Springfield, and yet you've been out here 6 years, and I've just
there's no tenure as far as that goes.
On the lease side, yes.
Exactly. Yep. Let's see what we've got. A Facebook user here says, these millennials don't even know how to check their own fluid levels nowadays.
That is true. That is true.
Especially their blinker fluid.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just playing. Hey, guys, Prime offers a class for that. Tells you how to fix a lot of your own stuff and stuff like that. So the pro maintenance class, you guys got to check it out on your Prime app. So if you don't know about that, Trucker Review says it costed me $7,000 to get my CDL. I didn't get paid to get it. Man, Trucker Reviews, I hate that, man. I can't believe that you're not crying like the rest of these cats getting paid $900 a week. Man, God bless your soul.
I went on a grant, but the thing is that I still, if I had been working, I would have missed that time out of work. And it took me 3 months. That'd have been 3 months without a job. Had we not been mooching on
Fat Boy Slim said, I came to Prime when student pay was $500. Right there, Fat Boy, I'm right there with you. I was hella grateful. I was too. Doesn't mean I wasn't ready to get my miles completed. Okay, I was ready. I mean, I was like, man.
And we did take a pay cut. We went from both of us working, making triple that, to only him working. I just had
both of us, me and Angel both were working. We made about $1,500 a week together.
All right, so we quit.
To go to $500 before taxes.
We quit on Thursday, had a baby on Friday, and he left for Prime that next Saturday.
Because once I went to Prime, she didn't work. She had just had our fourth daughter. So 7 days later, I was on a plane headed to Missouri.
Yeah. And we quit the day before I had her. So,
we quit a career making $1,500 a week together every day for me to be missing for months at a time for $500 a week. And y'all didn't see one post about it. Y'all didn't see me get on none of the Facebook groups. I didn't make a video about it. It's amazing. And I was supporting a family at 7, including myself. Now, I'm not even going to lie. There were days where it was a can of soup or a pack of cigarettes. I took a pack of cigarettes. I ain't even going to lie.
Well, the thing is we never complained to the money, to Will's trainer. We were like, hey, we got to get these miles.
No, I never complained to my trainer about it because I knew what the deal was. I knew what it was.
We needed to do to get our money right, and that was get those miles done.
Like, it wasn't his fault.
Exactly.
It wasn't his fault. Because he's in the situation Prime told him. Hey, you got to pay your trainee. You got 30,000 miles. You got to get them done.
And we knew what we signed up for. Prime didn't guarantee us something, get us here, and then do something totally different. We knew up front what we got ourselves into.
Lex the Lady Trucker says they don't understand expenses, and they don't. People don't understand the expenses of trucking. They have no clue. Mm-hmm. They just come in and want to say, gimme.
Exactly what I said.
Gimme.
That's
I want mine.
Gimme. I was saying earlier, when the truck is sitting, you don't realize that, if Prime says, hey, it's going to be tomorrow before we can get another load, that student's like, oh, a day off, blah, blah, blah. And that trainer's over there thinking, man, I've got to pay this, I got to pay that, I got to pay, the truck's going to idle.
If you can't, I mean, it's like you said, you drop Monday morning, you get a dispatch, it says, hey, man, it's the best we got right now, and you can't pick up till Tuesday morning. You got to sit for 24 hours. The trainee's like, yes, day off. I'm getting paid.
Yep.
Driver like, damn, I needed that $1,500 in revenue.
Exactly.
That's how it is.
He's watching the fuel. He's watching
the fuel. Say it's hot. It's hot. You got to idle. It's 110 degrees outside. You got to idle because AP don't keep up. You're losing fuel. You're losing time lost. Yeah, you get to get a good shower. You get to get your laundry done. You get to get your truck clean. But it's like, man, you ain't making that money. But the trainee is.
Right.
It could be a whole week off, and that trainee's going to get the same amount of money.
All right. So Victory says people should be paid well to learn to drive if the job is serious. How can you expect people to make more at McDonald's? You work your way up. What the hell are we talking about? You work your way up.
How is $900 a week not good money?
No, all right. Here's everybody that's watching right now. Anybody that's going to watch it, I want to give you guys a challenge. I want you to go anywhere around within a 100-mile radius of where you live. Any position, whether you know about it or not. Okay, I don't care if it's a mechanic. I don't care if it's walking somebody's dog. I don't care what it is. Go find a job. And tell them, say, look, I need to be guaranteed $900 a week no matter what, whether I work or not. Whether I drive, whether I do whatever I need to do or not. I need $900 a week salary for 7 days. And tell me how that works out for you. Because you're not going to find nothing. Nobody's going to guarantee you $900 a week salary, whether you work or not. Because that's what it is, training. There's going to be plenty of times where you don't drive and you're still getting paid. But that's not the same for the lease shop. They're not getting paid. How is it fair? How do I expect people to make more at McDonald's? Start as a fry cook, work your way up. Own your own franchise one day. How do you expect to make more in trucking? Buy a truck, pay it off.
Or maybe he missed the part of go to a trade school and don't make nothing at all.
Yeah, or you could go to, like I said, if $900 a week or whatever the company is that you want to go to is offering you. It's not enough money for you. Quit your job, go to school full time, get your CDL in 6 to 8 weeks, or 2 to 3 weeks, whatever the tech school is, and then for free.
If you go to prom, you go 2 weeks without a paycheck.
Or you pay for it, and then you go.
You money to be there. I mean,
yeah.
It ain't like that in trade school.
Exactly. Ain't nobody paying you to go to tech school, get no CDL.
A lot of people pay.
That's the game.
Yep. Travis Kelly says, my shout outs for the company drivers. He don't care about no OTR. All right, let me just go ahead and kick him from the chat. He said, what the hell with the lease guys? Wow, I got 3,100 last week net solo. It's going to happen, man. It's going to happen. You can make it, man. Prime's got it going on. You got it. So you make 5,500 with a student. That's not bad, but you earn every penny of it. Mark, that was just a general number I threw out.
Honestly, that's more of a team number.
Exactly, and I've made more and I've made less with a student, and so is Willie. But I'm gonna tell you this now: you're right. You do earn every penny of it, because every time you lay your head down in that bunk with somebody that you don't know about, guess who you're giving it to? The man upstairs. You're giving it all to him, because you can't control what other people do while you and you gotta sleep sometimes, brother. I'm telling you.
Like to add,
hold on, Willie got something. Hold on.
Listen.
It is.
If you don't understand that you're at a very low level of driving, I've watched them come in and think that they got it down pat because that day went well. But who knows what's going to happen next week? So all you can do is do the best that you can do and pray. Because there's a lot of time.
Hold on. Go ahead, Willie. Go ahead.
Oh, I couldn't hear him. Sorry.
You have to understand that person that's training you is giving up something.
That's
right. Exactly.
In order to get you where you're trying to go.
Exactly.
And respect is all that you ask.
Yeah. What do you think your trainer's giving up? He's giving up the same things you are. He's not with his family. He's not spending time with his friends. He's not doing stuff that he wants to do. Guess what? You can sit back there in that bunk and talk about, man, I don't even like this guy. I don't even know him, man. I don't even like this guy. This guy's freaking me out, man. He's thinking about the same thing about you.
Exactly.
He's thinking the same thing about you.
But while you're back there sleeping, you're making money. But while
the thing about it is you back there sleeping, you're thinking to yourself, well, he knows what he's doing. He's the trainer. Obviously, he's got this. I don't even have to worry about it. I'll go ahead and sleep. I'm good. We're back there like, oh, please, sweet Jesus. Please, this kid ain't even held a steering wheel but like twice in his life.
And you know what?
Please, Lord, help me.
I wish I would have kept up with how many times I've had to text you in the middle of the night and be like, student just had an accident. Y'all just hit a deer.
I can't tell you how many times we woke up to a $1,000 deductible because the student done hit a curb, busted a tire, hit a cow, hit a deer, hit a possum, hit a gate. It's like, you never know. You can't take your eyes off 1 second, man.
Will can go to bed and wake up and $1,000 out of our pocket be gone. Just like that while he sleeps. I mean.
And that's another thing that the trainee's not responsible for. Deductibles. They could wreck your truck and you still have to pay for it.
Yeah, they should be. I do disagree with that. They should be at least half of it. They ought to have some schooling.
Lex, the lady, says more requirements in the industry. They have a better industry. The better the industry will be. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with
if
that.
they would make it harder for people to drive and get into the industry, instead of passing it out like you just won something out of a box of Cracker Jacks, here's your CDL. Oh, what you doing today? You want a CDL? Here's your CDL. Oh, how you doing today? You want a CDL? Oh, you're just here for groceries. Okay, well, come on in. But here's your CDL anyways. You can have it anyways. Like, make it harder. You'll have more quality drivers out there. No lie. Matt says, yo, what's up, Matt? All right, it says, Mark says, truck driving's easy at 5 p.m. Now, let me see you do it at 1:20.
That ain't my ship.
Yeah, that's not Mama's ship. You want me to throw up a live at 1:20? Mark, you better be there. If I'm going to be on camera at 1:20, you going to be on camera at 1:20.
I'm weak. I can't do night.
Victory says, hard to know what you're getting into in the industry. Is kind of shady. It's hard to get the truth from companies. Exactly, Victory. I agree with you. But let me go ahead and tell you, let me sum it up for you real quick, what you're getting into in this industry. And for everybody else watching, you will have to sacrifice more in this, unless you've been to the military, okay? unless you've been in the military, you will have to give up more of your personal freedom than you ever have in any other job. Okay? Bottom line, hands down.
Are people that he's trained that were in the military before.
If you are OTR, okay, and you have to go train with these companies like most people do, you go train OTR for 168 hours every 7-day week. Okay? You will be giving up your personal freedom, your personal wants. You will be restricted on where you can and cannot go.
Privacy.
You will be restricted when you can and cannot drive. Privacy. All that stuff, you're giving it all up, okay, to be out here on this road. And for sometimes, like we added up earlier, for less than $6 an hour. Still want to go trucking? That's all I'm saying. What you got to say about it, Willie?
Sometimes no money an hour. If your truck broke down,
that's a fact.
Work there.
Yep.
Hey, bro. I just went through the longest 3 months of my life because the cams were scratched in the engine. They had the truck 2 months. So an ACE lease gets nothing.
Yeah.
There's no breakdown pay, no nothing. So if you ain't straight in your e-fund,
we can't put invoices on hold. We don't get deferred truck payments. We don't get none of that stuff.
Exactly.
Look,
So,
you got your little support team on here. Shamarka says, Mr. Willie, I need to run something by you. You got to hit him up in the comments, Mr. Willie. Shamarcus.
Okay.
All right, so Lex, the lady trucker, says she's right. She got your back over there. So Lex is listening to you. When I started in 1979, Ridge Runner says I was lucky to make $200 a week.
Holy crap!
Man,
this facts, bro. Hey,
I'm a super trucker right now. All right, I'm a super trucker right now. I won't even get up and take a leak in my pee bottle for $200 a week, boy.
We hear that from like a lot of the old schoolers now that are on.
They will, yeah.
They said, well, they won't crank their truck for under $4 a mile.
I mean, they won't.
I can't imagine that. Me and Zach were talking about back in the day when they would have to use payphones to talk to their family and stuff. I was like, I ain't gonna tell you. That would right there would weed out the weak. I wouldn't be out here. I'd tell you that right now. If I couldn't stay on the phone with the kids or have them out here, things like that, no way.
You wouldn't be out here either if you didn't have such an awesome co-driver.
I'm not one to be solo either. I'm gonna lie.
So Timothy Turbo says, to heck with these new guys. I know I'm not going to make anything in my first year. I get it. The pot of the gold at the end of my first year will be better. Sign me up, coach. Timothy, you are wrong, but you are right.
That's right. Yeah.
Your first year will be the hardest year, especially if you're going lease or you're going to be owner op or whatever you want to do. Some people come right into prime. They get through their training. They go ahead and ace lease. They'll just put money down on a truck and buy a truck. They'll use a loaner, use a temporary lease. And
that's a great attitude to have. Though.
Exactly. It is. That's what I'm about to touch base on. You want to do the live? I'm going to turn the camera. Guys, who thinks Mama should be the camera? Camera should be on her.
Don't put that camera on me.
She got a lot to say today. She wasn't even going to talk.
No, I liked his attitude.
Timothy, you have a fantastic attitude.
We were scared for our first year.
But if when you come to prime, you can expect, if you play your cards right, your first year, you can expect to make anywhere from 85 to over 100 grand your first year solo. Yeah. If you want to. You know what I'm saying? But your first year, you have to do everything. You have to get settled. You have to get your groove. You're going to make little mistakes. Things are going to happen. It's going to be a little road of stumbling blocks. But guess what? There's an old saying, what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. The more of those stumbling blocks that you hit and get back up from, the less you're going to hit in the future.
Well, that's another reason why I think if you're going to come in at the winter time, because if you're going to make mistakes or whatever, you're going to, one, have a trainer to foot the bill for your mistakes, or two, have somebody there to help you out of it.
Yeah.
Because that was our fault. When we went in, we had to do a winter by ourselves, and that was scary.
Yeah. And I got to tell you that too, and Willie might have some comments on this. When you start talking about winter driving, I think, like she said, training in the winter is the best time to train. Because number one, you have somebody that got your back, your trainer got your back. And number two, you say, hey, I got winter experience. I did it. What do you think about that, Willie?
That's true. That's a fact. The people, if you come in the winter, it gives you feeling about being okay when you get by yourself. But when you see it the first
Right.
time and you by yourself, I don't know, mine used to pray for it to snow when I was with him.
Right. Right.
So I said, man, why are you praying for it to snow? He said, because I need to see you drive in it.
That's right.
So I can
That's right.
teach. You know, but he retired about 2 years ago now. And he 80,
Yeah, you can't
82 years
experience.
old.
You can't substitute that experience. So David
Oh,
Makem
no.
says you could
He
fix
was
a
driving
truck on
before I
the,
was born,
on the
bro.
road.
Some people can.
Oh, here's a good one. And Willie, you can talk about this. Shamarka says that $900 is actually about $1,300 to $1,400 a week once all the students' taxes and fees are paid.
Here's
Bam! Y'all don't even know that.
There's another trainer in the comments.
Yep.
Hold on.
Ain't that right, Willie?
Well, the other truck pays for everything of the driver, man. My other truck pays everything. If he has insurance or whatever, it pays for everything.
Yep.
The funny thing was I had a dude send me a message that when he saw one of my videos back a while ago, he said this trainer had no idea that he was paying him. But those numbers look pretty good right there because that's what it is. So they don't
Yep.
want to look at that and they think that they're getting used. But if you can stick this thing out, man, you can make a difference in your life. But
Yep.
it's up to you. But don't come
Well,
trying to create problems for somebody else.
right. You're gonna get what you want out of this industry. The more you put more rubber you lay on this asphalt, the more you're gonna get out of this industry. And you got to remember that, guys. It's you got to start somewhere. And that's what we all did. We had to start somewhere, and we had to come in. And even me coming in with a CDL, past that 90-day mark, the 90-day threshold, I still got treated like a trainee. Like I had no, and I thought I knew something. I didn't. I wish I'd have came to Prime and got my CDL. I knew nothing. I knew nothing that I thought I knew. I knew nothing. Like I thought I was that guy. I was like, man, I got my CDL, man. I could get one of these trucks, drive off, no problem. No, man, I didn't know nothing. I wish I'd have came to Prime. When's the next video coming? You in it right now, babe?
They got a good thing, and they don't even understand it.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
what's funny to me. Because some of them that I have seen, when I came through, they'd have never made it. They'd been still in California somewhere.
Yeah, because it was tougher back then.
They weren't playing with us.
Not only did you
They
have
weren't playing with us.
not only were the trucks different, the trucks were different. The equipment was different. It was a lot more. You had to think about what you was doing before you did it. You wasn't just driving no big minivan. That's basically what these trucks are now. Big minivan.
It brakes won't self-adjusting on the trailer either.
Oh man, yeah, you had to get up under there and do that stuff, didn't you?
You had to get under there and do it yourself.
Oh yeah.
So I don't see what they're complaining about.
No, nowadays
we
you
had to
have to get
adjust
up under
because
Nowadays
back
they
in
hear
the day
air
you had
leak
to get under there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm about to say. Nowadays they got an air leak. You guys can say, hey man, did you see what air leak was? No man, I ain't get up under there.
Exactly.
Really, Mario says
you don't get under there. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Mario says the sooner trainees understand that the trainers aren't obligated to train them and that nothing good comes without sacrifice, they will always continue to be self-centered and nonchalant. That's exactly right. See, that's one thing, but you can't say that. You can't tell a trainee, hey, I don't need you, you need me, because that right there, that cuts the trust right there. Okay? It is true. Don't get me wrong. It is true. But you killed a relationship right there when you say something like that, because you're belittling them at that point. And there's no room for that. You shouldn't be that way as a trainer. You shouldn't even have that kind of attitude. When it gets to the point that you have to say something like that, it's time to make changes.
My thing was I always
a lot of trainers will tell people that though.
Go ahead, Willie.
Look, bro. It's supposed to be give and take in any relationship. Okay.
Exactly.
But you can't expect one side of that relationship to do more than the other. So
Exactly.
I
So
never said it's my truck. I said it's our truck.
Right.
Till you get
Exactly.
on, then it be mine.
Well, not only that.
But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, not only that though. If something's being expected of you, don't be like shocked when the same is the other person's expecting the same thing from you. If you're expecting something from someone else and they expect the same thing from you, don't be shocked. Like you said, it's supposed to be equal.
My thing is when I hear that, I think what they're saying is, I don't need you, you need me, as in, I already got my CDL, I'm already making my money, I already have my job here at Prime. This is your interview process, this is you trying to get hired, you trying to get a job, blah, blah, blah. I think that.
And I think the lax nature of the career, okay, sitting in a seat, just driving along, we don't feel like this is a job, they don't feel like it's a career. This is when you're training, it's your training process. This is basically your interview for this job. This is your interview for this career. This is your prime. Because if you mess it up, you don't have a job. You don't have that anymore.
There have been students you had to take back and say, hey, I don't feel they're qualified, and Prime is letting them go.
Yep. Like Willie's on killed his camera. There he is. There he is. There he is. The AN says there's no truck driver shortage. No shortage of truck drivers.
I don't think so either. I think everybody's just went out here and bought too many trucks to try to get a piece of a cake.
Lex, the lady said, I had a student say, I'm just here to get a bag. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh man, y'all can order this stuff from the Prime store online, guys. So just check primeinc.com. Y'all ain't got to come to Prime just to get the bag. You can order it. Or reach out to somebody on YouTube. We'll get you a bag if you don't want to come in.
A Prime bag, or are they talking about drugs?
I guess a Prime bag. What?
Don't they use that in the...
Where do you go to get drugs at Prime?
Oh, no, I'm saying, like, did they...
What do you know?
This
might be why you got random last time when we
Stop playing with me. Stop playing. No, I thought that that's how, like, drug people, that's how they talk. They just want, like, a bag or something.
Moving on.
I didn't know if they came to Prime just to get, like, one paycheck to go on.
JDQ says, I started trucking at Prime 3 years ago, October 22. Bought my own truck. In October 22, I bought my own truck and I've been running her ever since. We lost Willie again. I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know if it's him or me. Dreadnought says immigrants can buy their CDLs. They're the ones screwing up the industry. Dread, I gotta tell you, I agree with that. There's a lot more of them than there are American citizens half the time that are actually driving trucks now, and they come over here on the work visas, and they actually have CDLs almost given to them to drive these trucks. But the thing about it is the living. This goes back to what we're talking about. If you're working in LA or you're working in New York, the money that you get paid is different versus if you're working out of New Mexico. And this is not racism or anything. These are actually facts. Their cost of living in other countries is so much lower, but also it's not as elaborate. It's not as lavish as we have in America, okay, in some parts of the countries. And there are countries that have way better living standards than we have in America. But that being said, just to generalize that statement, we're going to say that, they can come over here on these certain grants, these visas, support programs, and then leave after a certain amount of time, bring somebody else from their family over, keep going. The industry takes advantage of that because they look at the foreigner and they'll say, hey, you don't need to make $4 a mile to this load. You can run on $1 a mile as an owner operator. You'll make fine. And they're happy for that. They're grateful for that. But they're getting cheated just like the industry's getting cheated.
Yeah.
Because it drives those market prices down, it drives those rates down, and then you end up having these drivers that may not be quality drivers that are chosen to haul that freight. And it ends up mucking up the market.
That's why there should be a minimum pay after you have your CDL, your own truck, things like that. There ought to be some sort of minimum rate or weekly thing, because then it would be like on a fair board for everybody. Because like we have people that get on Will's truck when they're in training and say, man, I can live off. We have a friend right now. I'm not going to call him out, but if he makes $1,000 a week, he's happy. I mean, he he doesn't have a big family. He doesn't have a lot of bills. So $1,000 a week to him is good money.
Right.
$1,000 a week to us is not.
Yeah,
good
$1,000
money.
a week to us a piece would not be good money. It's not worth me being out here for it. And also too, that's got to do with where your lifestyle is. You know,
Exactly.
what kind of lifestyle you're living. You know what I'm saying? If you just live in this truck 24/7, I mean, you're good. I mean, you can kind of float things. No big deal. If you got
Live out here, your support to different households.
yeah, as long as that's not true, I could have been given 50 different tax fees. But that's not what it's cost long. The guy, this comment here, I think this is the one you're talking about. Where's it at?
We're talking after it's 900 base plus taxes and
This comment here.
SUDA.
Oh, well, okay. Where's it at? I don't understand what's happening right now. Right there. $900. He's saying $900 extra. They throw $1,400 a week out of the trainer's pocket for the student. That's what he's saying.
So the student is paid. The student just says, I'll make $900 a week and after tax and everything. I make $60. But he doesn't need to be coming up with the trainer's pay. The trainer's pay, we pay taxes and stuff on that $900.
Yeah,
so
the trainer actually pays us. The FICA. Sage.
A lot of people aren't told that going to training. It's just, hey, you got to pay their $900 a week guarantee. In the first week, you look at your paycheck and you got your check $14 taken out.
That search is terrible. Let's see. I'm trying to bring the comments. If you guys are still seeing this, it's weird. Service is terrible. It's ridiculous. Headed to Denver. I still can't get Willie back in the chat. I don't know. I lost everything, guys. I lost chat. I lost everything. So I don't know what happened here. Let me see. I'm trying to get it back. I got nothing, guys.
We're going down here in the
hole. Yeah, I got nothing right now. Sounds like I got service. I don't have service at all. Problem doing live streams while you're rolling. Let's see. All right. Let's see if we can get. All right, there we go. We can see and hear you. I don't know what happened, guys. It just blanked out on me. That's what I get for doing a live while we're freaking rolling. So, uh, no. Let's see here. I can't believe 21 people stayed.
I can't pull a trailer from a dock.
You're not supposed to put a trailer from the dock. But
Yeah.
you got to use the restroom. Just pull up right there. That's where you need to go in right there.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about our trailer being.
Sorry, guys. We're trying to figure out where this trailer is over here at Shaw. See if I can get. Well, of course. Well, we lost about half our viewers, but the important ones I think stayed. So I didn't expect this video to be an hour and 20 minutes long. They always run long. Let me see if I can get Willie back in here, just for the end of the video here, while Mama's looking for the trailer here. All right. Oh, man. Let's see. Slow install this technology and cell phone companies still run off 30-year-old plus towers. I can't stand that either, man. You go to freaking cross the state line, man. You lose service almost every single time. Pro Steel says, I was glad my trainers cut through the BS and didn't pussyfoot around. I'm with you there, man. Most of the good ones don't, man. They're not messing around. They're trying to get you guys out of that truck as quick as possible. You know, because we got three main goals, man, as trainers: to make you the safest operator possible, the most efficient operator possible, and the most profitable operator possible. That's it. That's all we're here to do. There's a 215 right there, babe.
I see it. Got it.
Is that it? You sure you don't want to circle back around and go use the restroom real quick?
Yeah, I am now that I found it.
All right.
I'm about to pee my pants.
Yeah, you better do it before we get hooked up here.
You're not my trainer. Don't talk to me like that.
I was your trainer. You better do as I say. You're not going to get paid.
I was getting all the money to begin with.
Yeah, you were getting all the
I
money to
need
begin.
students to say that.
Yeah, lucky you. You getting all the money to begin with. Whatever. Twisted D says, hey guys, what's up, guys? What's up, Twisted?
Hey.
You guys go check out Twisted D's channel. He's got a channel. He's an in-house instructor for Prime Inc. over there. He's got a really awesome channel. Has more subs than me. You guys go check him out. Peg Leg says, I didn't mean to say lease operators fixed costs like a truck payment insurances, and not to mention the week-to-week fuel.
Which door is it, babe? This one?
Either one. You can go in either one. I'll just pull up one of these spots right here because they ain't doing nothing on Sunday.
I'm wondering if it's locked.
Might be.
I thought we were going to the one with the Loves across the street.
That's Adairsville.
Yeah.
Prime is screwing the trainers and hiring retards for them to train. I tell you what, I do think, and I said this in one of my other lives, I think that the TNT lease ops should have some kind of low ball guarantee at least, so you know exactly what's happening. And I do think that they should split the liabilities 50-50 with the trainers, because I'm going to go ahead and tell you, man, as a trainer, you don't know what your week's going to be like. You know, all you know is that you got to pay those drivers that money. I mean, you're going to have almost $1,400 a week come out of that money, and you got to pay them. There is no guarantee for the lease ops or the owner ops guys. None at all. So it's kind of a
Yes, there is.
it's an issue. No, there's not. What guarantee do you? What guarantee you got?
Guaranteed truck payment, guaranteed fuel.
Oh yeah, guaranteed truck
student
payment. Yeah,
expenses.
yeah. Well, that's what I said. If you were in here doing your job, you would have known that instead of trying to find a bathroom, take a break. You know the
I want my-
sacrifices that have to be
I
made out
want
here.
my paid mandatory break given to me.
Oh, you want your
I'm gonna
mandatory
cover-
30-minute?
Yeah, paid.
Paid.
Paid to take my break. I'm gonna start
I'm
up in the.
gonna draw a picture on your check this week. See what you get. We're coming out of home time, guys. So we actually had a really good time at the house. We got a lot of work done. I don't know if you guys have been. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with the babies. I don't know if you guys been following the feed or whatever, but we actually ended up getting our pool finished out. We did a lot of work here. Let me see if I can get these photos up real quick. I'll give you guys show you what we've been doing. Oh, let's see. So
too much fun with the babies because now they don't want to come back out with us. They want to enjoy the house.
Yeah, they like the house.
I'm used to having a baby come out.
Trying to see if I can find the stuff. Where is the videos at? Let's see here.
Where is this? Gotcha.
There you go. You got it or you need me?
Oh, I got it.
All right, let's see. Well, let's see here. I might just have to go to overlay. Don't know what I'm doing, guys. I'm not good at this at all. So this is what the backyard looked like. I mean, it's pretty much what it looked like when we started. Right here. So we've got the pool there. You got the gazebo and everything. That's what we were dealing with. And this is what it looks like now. I still haven't went through all of my stuff to get these photos on here. This is, yeah, but this is what it looks like now at night. So we've got the pool done. We've got walkways. It's all lit up nice and pretty. So we did a little bit of work while we were at the house. So this is the walkway up to the house. We got this walkway up to the house here, and then it goes around the corner there. Let's see if I've got another shot. Yeah, this one here. So we did a good bit of work while we were at the house there. So.
Okay, I need your help.
Do you? All right, what you got?
I can't get this thing to.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'm being called into service. Oh, wait. All right, guys. Oh, we got our trailer. Mom had to use the bathroom so bad. She had to go to the bathroom. I had to go let the jack stand the legs down on the trailer. She was like, "No, I'm not gonna be able to do this right now. I gotta go." So, we got that done. Let's see what kind of comments we got. I'm really sorry, guys. Didn't mean to keep you guys holding off. Big leg, Fr8'z, your content's worth waiting. I appreciate that, buddy. Sorry, man. Sorry to wait, guys. I hate that. Mama Fr8'z has a lot to say. To not like to be on camera. I know she wants to talk, but she doesn't want to be on camera.
I'm a behind the scenes opinionated.
Matt says, Matt and Casey. Matt says Casey's ready to lounge at the house. She's ready to come onto the house. Y'all come on. Shamarcus says, congratulations
on your form of payment in form of babies, Matt.
Oh yeah, you gotta leave the baby, Matt. That's what Kate. You gotta leave the baby. Shamarcus says, congratulations on your switch to lease purchase side. Prime don't care nothing about us over here though. Man, come on, Shamarcus, man. Gotta show the love, man. A lot of good stuff here. John says, may the Lord continue to bless you and your family, and likewise, John. God keep continuing to bless you guys as well, man. Man, I'm telling you guys, this comment that was thrown up here, I gotta tell you guys, this is the kind of attitude right here that, doesn't need to be even involved in the industry, because that's where we're at right now with the industry. Is this attitude right here, the speculation side of it all. Like, if you're not experiencing it or you're not doing anything to change it, it's hard to make that kind of opinion about things like that. So, and obviously, guys, like I said before, please make sure you guys watch the entire videos. Doesn't matter if it's my channel or anybody else's channel. Watch the videos, guys. There's a lot of stuff. You have what's called a hook at the beginning of the video, which is where we hook you guys because we want you to watch it all.
Wheel does.
But there's all that information that is just so valuable. So I think he wants you to pull up right there.
Got tricked into watching your videos.
Yeah, got tricked into watching my video. Or at least 15 seconds of it you did. Yeah. So Nathaniel Griebel, 9967, thanks for your comment, buddy. I hated to make a spectacle out of it on live, but I felt like it was something that had to be done. Hold on 2 seconds, guys. Oh, man. Video call. Okay. Let's see if we get Matt in here. Hold on. Video call. I'm about to have bad service again, guys. I feel this coming. All right, we've got Matt coming in. I had to put my seatbelt on and set a departure here in just a minute. Almost putting a lock on the trailer.
Yeah, I'll give it back to you. Yeah.
What you got?
Yeah, I had to give it right back to you. It's not in here. Because you made me hand you the mine before you give me this one.
The sign part?
Yeah, I gave it back to him. You don't know. I guess he was just kind of out of it.
Whoops. The receivers lost their bills.
He's like, you got the paper you signed? I was like, yeah, I handed it right back to you.
Oh, Matt, I sent you an invite, buddy. I don't know what happened. Unless he's got a video call. Wait a minute.
You got it?
Let's see if I can run back up here.
Just had it. He went inside. I mean,
Sloan says if you're doing local in LA, you're working harder than an ugly stripper. I know from experience. All right, here's Matt here. Let's see. What's up, guys?
All right, thanks.
Oh, there's your baby right there.
Oh, don't show me. Hold on.
Look at her.
Hold on. I'm gonna plant. Oh, I can pick her up, Casey.
Look at that little critter. Look at that white little baby. Look at that big hairy baby. Jeez.
Yeah. I swear to God, you wake her up.
Look at all the hair.
That's just precious right there. What are you guys doing? Just chilling?
Yeah.
Nice. That's what's up. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I've got you. I can still hear you. I've just got to send this departure real quick. Oh man, that is beautiful. Yeah, I told her she was going to want another one eventually, but she didn't believe me. So.
See, I was supposed to have my tubes removed whenever we had her, but due to certain circumstances, that didn't happen.
Oh. You guys got number 2 in the future?
I don't know yet.
I know y'all some good parents, that's for sure.
I swear to God, don't make me throw something at you.
Did you check sealed mesh and everything?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 2 seconds, guys. I got to get this departure done real quick. So, guys, if you're watching and you don't know about this, if you're coming to Prime or whatever, think about coming to Prime or haven't done anything with trucking, every time you pick up a load or you drop a load, you got to do what's called a departure, whether it's depart shipper, depart receiver, whatever it is. So, questions it's going to ask you is what location. If you're at a shipper, it's a 01. If you're at any other stop, which could be a shipper or receiver, it's numerical. It goes in numerical order. So 02, 03, 04, 05. So if you have 3 pickups and 1 drop, you'll have an 01, an 02, an 03, and a 90. So it goes up to 90. So it's going to say tanker load, no, because it's a dry load. We're picking up shawl flooring.
You'll never have 90 pickup drops, though.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying, everything could be a pickup except for a 90, yeah. Is this a hazmat load? No. Bill of temp, high, dry. Let's see, number of pallets. You're going to check your bills. Number of pallets. It says 0 pallets, which I find that hard to believe. Did you pay for loading? No. Who loaded? Shipper. Fingerprint? No. What was mileage? 32,774.01. I keep up with the mileage from OTR, guys. Hold on. Pallet jack, no. Load on pallets. I don't know. It says no pallets, so I'm just going to put floor. Shipper load count. Did they open the back doors?
No.
They didn't.
I
Okay.
had to seal them.
Prepaid or collect. Prepay. Total weight, they're saying 42,507. Total weight. Total pieces. Back door seal out. Trailer numbers. I want your trailer number. And it'll ask what your time you got loaded is, which is usually, if it's a drop note, it's usually going to be right around the time that you, a little bit, about 10, 15 minutes after you get there. You can put before, it doesn't matter because the trailer was already loaded. Additional bill of lading, no. Then if you're done doing that, then you have to actually call and do what's called a live load call and confirm all that information with dispatch. Give me 2 seconds, guys.
She is sleeping good. She is sleeping good.
All right, we're back. Matt, you're not running?
We're gonna leave tomorrow.
Hold on, let me put my headset on real quick. Let's see. This thing is about trash. All right, what'd you say now, Matt?
So I gotta load tomorrow. Load it next time. Memphis and go back to Phoenix. So I'll load it tomorrow. Deliver it on Friday.
Holy cow. I think this one might finally be dying on me. All right, try it again, Matt. I got it turned up all the way now.
I said, no, I'm loading it tomorrow here in Memphis with the East and going back to Phoenix.
You're going to Phoenix? Okay.
Phoenix yesterday, I got to right back.
Did the power ever come
Yeah,
back
you're
on?
very low. Hold on. Let's see here. All right, I got you turned up now. Had to turn you up on the video too.
Maybe it was
So
bad.
just chilling
maybe
with the
in another
baby.
area that where Southern Rivers is at.
So what did you think about the whole topic of today's video?
Yeah, baby, I'll call.
It's a topic that,
Love you, bye.
that needs a lot of discussion because there's a lot of misconception out there. And
I don't know if hold on, Matt. Hey, guys, can you guys let me know? Can you guys hear Matt okay, or is it a little low? I can't. I know I'm having a hard time hearing it. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
hang on.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they're saying it's quiet. Hold on.
How about now?
There you go. There you go.
See, I told you to take the AirPods out.
It echoes in here. Okay.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. So we had that guy saying, I guess he only watched the first few seconds of my video that I did, but he says your attitude towards new hires, you guys wonder why there's a shortage of truck drivers. So you've been in the industry just as long as Willie the Million Mile Man, if not longer. How do you feel about the shortage of truck drivers, and what do you think the new hires in today's industry should expect?
Well, first off, we don't have a driver shortage. We have a qualified driver shortage.
There you go. Okay.
The biggest issues that I see is it's too easy to get into. When I started, you had to know what you were doing. Like, you had to have some concept of how to drive these trucks before you were truck drivers. There were no automatics. Automatic trucks were more, I wouldn't say difficult to drive because they weren't so comfortable. The job, we didn't have smartphones that had all this information on it, for everyday life. Part of the job that makes things easier. It's just the newer drivers that are coming today don't realize how good they have it. And the whole industry, I think, shifts towards them more. It's driving a lot of your quote-unquote old-timers out of it. And that's not necessarily a very good thing.
Right.
Made me to stay in it.
Right, and the thing about the older guys leaving the industry like they have been, whether it's due to e-logs, whether it's due to the the push for the automated manuals, whether it's FMCSA going for governing speed across the board for America's truckers, those guys are taking all that experience with them, which
Yep.
we're losing. We're losing that brotherhood of trucking because the new gen coming in is not, in my opinion, is not. It's not the same. It's not like it used to be. It's a whole different outlook now than it was back then. Right. Like you said, it's a lot easier to get into it now. The qualifications aren't there. You don't have to have those same qualifications. You don't have to have that same. I would just say sense of accomplishment to be in the field, because pretty much it's easy to do now. You know, with the introduction to the automated manual, you know, and all the stipulations and stuff. I mean, it's, you know, used to these guys would run, and you know, you guys would run 20 hours a day. You know, I mean, it's just back in the day. You know, it's the brotherhood, the glory days of trucking is just not here anymore.
The work ethic is not here.
The work ethic's not here, like Angel said. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing
Yeah, that-
is like, it doesn't take a lot of intellect. I mean, it took some real skill to double shift, clutch, and all that crazy stuff with them two shifters. And, I mean, you don't have to do that anymore.
There is no skill involved anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Should be, but there's not. You know, I mean, you really should have that skill, and the common sense factor. Common sense isn't so common anymore. You know.
No, it's not. I mean, the bad part is, at least from my point of view, the bad part is that the entire going through a dynamic shift to accommodate fewer drivers.
You got an earbud in?
No.
It's on speaker?
Yeah.
Try putting an earbud in, because you're going in and out like every fourth word. You're dying off. Let's see if it's an earbud.
How about
Maybe
now?
it's me. I don't know. All right.
Any
Go ahead.
better? So from my point of view, the whole industry is shifting as a whole to better accommodate the newer, you know, generation drivers, and
Right.
they're pushing out those of us that have been out here for a while, that actually had to work your ass off to get to where you're at and where you can make a good living. I mean, like you said before, you know, you walk out the door, you clock in, you clock out till you come home. That's 168 hours every single week.
Right.
And I'll put it like this: it's made it turn into a job.
Yeah.
They've taken the fun out of it. You know,
Right.
we used to come out here. You know, I used to load up here in Memphis, going to LA, be sitting out in LA, day and a half later, unload, go up into Central Cali or Deadhead to Washington, reload, and go cross country in 3 days. And it was fun. And it was a challenge. They've taken the fun out of it, and they've made it too easy, at least from the way I see it.
Right.
And
so Big Leg says, with what you say about qualified drivers, what's your opinion on the changes for the CGL training? CGL. We're talking about the ELDT mandate that passed on February. What are we talking about?
I think it's the new skill set that Stan Cassidy was talking about. Like, to get your CDL now, there's different maneuvers and things like you have to do to pass. It's not
they're talking about where
I'm not
is that what
sure.
we're talking about, where they're taking away the alley dock and all that stuff?
I think it has something else though. There's things going on that are different now.
I haven't
know.
CGL training. Let me see here.
I haven't been paying attention to the new driver requirements.
Talking about, I just saw Stan say something about it.
But they made it easier.
Right.
Because one of the single biggest obstacles that a lot of people saw when it came to get your CDL is having to learn how to double clutch. Most people don't know how to drive a manual anymore. I grew up, you know, driving tractors on the farm and then trucks on the farm. I had to learn how to drive an automatic when I got my regular driver's license at 18.
Right.
Because I never had to deal with it. So you got drivers that are coming in here that you get a truck that's got an automatic, you don't learn the dynamics of controlling the tractor trailer with the manual, because I currently drive an automatic. I got a Freightliner Cascadia that's got a 12-speed automatic. Pulling a tanker, I started doing tankers with a manual, and it's not the same. It's easier to drive than it was before. flip side of that is that you don't learn how to do it the hard way. So
Right.
you don't gain the respect required to operate that machine, that tractor, trailer, that load in a manner in which you know just how hard it can be, because all you've ever seen is, oh, well, shit, this is easy, no problem.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as actual CDL training goes, I like the way that Prime does it. When I did truck driving school, I already knew how to drive a truck. I didn't know how to back up, because we don't back up on the farm. If you don't park right, you just spin a circle in the field and try again.
Right.
And for me, it was, you did 21 days of school, you got your CDL, you get with your carrier, and you're out on the road for 6 weeks. At the end of that 6 weeks, they toss you the keys to your own truck and say, okay, have fun, try not to kill anybody.
Right.
But the thing is that the training itself weeded out a bunch of drivers that couldn't, either they didn't have the commitment to learn how to do it, or they didn't have what's the word I'm thinking of? They didn't have the confidence in themselves to learn how to do it, and they just drop out. Now, a lot of people say, well, that's a bad thing. We need to keep people from dropping out, and having been out here for going on 17 years now, I've seen a lot of bad things happen to good people because there's drivers out here that don't need to be out here. You know, you need to have a failure rate. You need to have a rate of attrition, because I'll be the first one to tell you that it's easy. The driving a tractor trailer is easy, the driving part. It's everything else that you have to learn in order to do the driving part and not hurt people.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And that's what I think they've made it too easy. You know, it's the failure rate for CDL school that I think in the last 15 years has plummeted from what it used to be.
Right.
Everybody says that's a good thing, unless you ask the people that have been out here doing this for a long time, and they'll straight up tell you, no, that's a bad thing. You need to have that failure rate, because not everybody's cut out to do this.
Well, it's a purge too. You know, I mean, it's a purge rate, you know, that has to happen, because if not, guess what happens? You have a lot of trucks to seats to fill, a lot of drivers need freight, and the demand is not there right now with the way the market is.
Yeah.
So we end up having a lot of issues, you know.
Yeah. I mean, there was a huge explosion of new drivers during and after COVID, in which at that particular moment, yeah, we needed newer drivers, or we needed more drivers.
Right.
I know people at home, COVID during the lockdowns was not very enjoyable for us out here on the road. We enjoyed it because we could get things done. You go through Salem, Kansas City, Chicago, whatever, in the middle of rush hour morning traffic, but there not be any traffic.
Right.
And a lot of people were laid off, had to stay at home. They couldn't work. I'm like, well, hell, I'll go get my CDL, because those guys just stayed moving the whole time. Now we have a lot more new drivers in here, but we're coming down off of the high of, you know, into 2019 with what the freight market was doing. We're coming back down from that. Now we got all these drivers, and it's just absolutely flooded the market. And like you said, you know, you got 4 drivers for every load out there that's available. People are going to sit. I remember in 2008 and 2009 for the recession, I mean, you saw trucks, empty trucks, flatbeds, tanks, vans, reefers sitting in pop. There we go. You saw all these trucks sitting at these truck stops empty because there weren't any loads.
Right.
We're not there yet. It's not as bad as, at least in my opinion, it's not as bad as it was, but the difference is that we got so many more drivers now. It's almost harder to see how bad it is, because what we're going through, in my opinion, is not something that's natural, that's supposed to be happening. So,
well, too, you had the boost of the, once COVID hit mainstream, you had the boost of just influx of just massive rates. I mean, it was nonstop. I mean, and guys got settled in on that for that next year and a half. They were just like, holy cow, this is amazing. Everybody thought it was going to tank then, and it didn't. You know, it just got better. Yep. And because trucking, you know, along with the medical professionals and stuff, you know, in our first responders, stuff like that, trucking was a mainstay. We never stopped. So the demand was insane while you had the influx of people that drifted off. You know, the companies that lost their tails, stuff like that, we had to pick up the slack. So rates were great. Now everything's teetered down back to where it was, if not, maybe a little bit worse. It's not terrible, but now everybody's like, oh my God, what happened to the rates and everything?
I heard something about we're back to normal. The problem is it doesn't feel normal because of, so when COVID happened, a lot of people lost their jobs. And people were looking for anything that was moving that would keep income coming in to support their family. A lot of people flew into trucking during COVID because truckers were still moving, still running and everything. So, yeah, there was an influx of freight because of everybody being at home, having to order and things like that. But when all these people came into the trucking industry, if they would have went back home, everything probably would feel normal right now. Right. A lot of them stayed. Yeah.
Right.
So they stayed, and the market's back to normal. There's too many drivers out here and not enough meat on the bone.
Yep.
We probably are back to normal.
Brought in Peg Leg, Matt. Peg used to drive. What's up, Peg? How you doing, bud?
Not a lot, buddy. Just been sitting here watching you in and out on your live here. So
yeah, I'm not very consistent, am I?
But service, service areas can suck.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, just let's let the baby talk for Matt. Baby can do better.
Do you want to say hi?
I can make a detour through Memphis. I have time on this load.
What's up now?
Oh yeah, I can come through Memphis.
Why is that Leo Perinder?
He just said she can come through Memphis. We got time on the load.
She will probably do some prison time for that youngin', I promise you. She's gonna do some stuff to get that baby.
Hey, you know what? At least that's proof of that I did one thing right.
Oh man, you're doing good, bro. Don't even start. So Peg, I wanted to get your input on this as far as the training and everything. Now we saw changes this last year in February with ELDT, and we also saw the training requirement change for instructor having 2 years experience across the board to be able to help a driver gain their CDLA. And we also saw, I don't know if you saw the Prime safety meeting this week. They are really reaching out, trying to get trainers right now. They're really reaching out, trying to get trainers. And in my mind, I feel like the support from the market needs to be there, whether it's a guarantee from Prime or whatever, to get these trainers back on the board. But, what do you feel about that?
Not being at Prime, I don't have a very strong opinion on the way Prime does things.
You are in that circle, though. You are in that circle.
Yes. And from what I hear, there are trainers that are on the side of trainers, lease operators, paying the student and being on the hook for that. I guess Rob Lowe calls it having skin in the game, which I totally understand. But then on the other side, it's when that student has an accident and causes damage to a lease or owner-ops truck, I do think that Prime could put something forward, towards the deductible. Whether they cover like half of the deductible, because even with the student sitting, or with the trainer sitting right there next to the student, it's one of those things where a trainer could be in that student's face and grabbing a steering wheel and saying, do this, do this, do this, do this, and that student's going to fight every step of the way and still cause an accident or cause damage. And so I think that, I just think that Prime could put something forward in that regard. And, as for the needing 2 years to teach somebody that's never had a CDL to get a CDL. I think needing 2 years experience is a respectable amount of experience to have before teaching a non-CDL driver anything. So I get that.
I'm definitely with you on that. And my thing too is like when I thought that they were going to release these, when the ELDT happened last February, I thought they were going to release this whole, like, okay, it's going to be tougher on the drivers, just like it should be tougher on the trainers. All they did was add more bookwork to it. They didn't add any requirements for time length on the highway. They didn't add any requirements for, hey, you got to be in a truck X amount of hours or X amount of miles for you to obtain your CDLA. They just kind of made it harder on the trainers and the instructors. And it kind of really, I was like, man, that's kind of not what we need in the industry. We really need, if you're going to crack down on regulations, you need to make it to where the skill comes back to the game. The skill comes back to, the industry. Now, as far as the pay goes, I am all for one, if not both things, a minimum guarantee for Prime's lease op trainers, TNT trainers, as well as a 50-50 split of liability, whether it's got to do with the accident claims or it's got to do with their wages. If we've got skin in the game, then it should be 50-50. And yes, I understand 100% that without Prime's platform, nobody would be able to do what they want to do there. I get that. Because it all started with one dump truck. We got to give respect where respect's due. The Lowe family started this business with one dump truck. I mean, you can't deny the facts on that, and it goes back to everything. If that man says, hey, that's what I want done with my company, that's what he's going to do. You got to respect it. And nobody has to be there. We understand that 100%. None of us have to be there. We could go other places, but, I feel like giving the lease ops that, because they got on the Friday morning meeting this Friday, and it says, you got Stan Katchke up there, which I like Stan a lot. Stan's been on the program for a long time. He's a fantastic employee with Prime, and he's a great role model. But he's asking people to train. He just say, hey, think about it. The money's better training. But right now, you can go to several trainers, and Willie is one of them. And you can ask him, hey, how's it been like being TNT training? Man, it hasn't been good. I'm making more right now solo than I was training, and that's because there's no safeguard in place. There's no guarantee in place for those trainers, because no matter what, the holdups with the loads, the holdups with the shippers and receivers, the holdups with whatever may happen, that trainer's still on the books for $1,400 minimum for that trainee every single week.
And that was one part that I didn't consider about paying the trainees' wages, were the taxes and the insurances that go along with an employee that you have on the truck. And that was one thing, not having ever employed anybody, which is basically what the trainer is doing, is employing that person.
Exactly.
The taxes, insurance, workman's comp and unemployment insurances and all that is part of that extra, $12 to $14 or extra $200 to $400 on top of that $900 a week guarantee.
Right.
So, I didn't even consider that until you had said something about it today.
And most people don't realize that when they come into the industry, is that the trainer is forking out not only the $900, but the FICA, the SUTA, the Social Security, the workman's comp, everything. If it's a lease truck. Now, company driver, of course not. They're not forking out anything. And obviously, they want as many miles as they can get because they're getting paid for all those miles. But there's several things, and this would probably be good for another video, but not just the wages, but time-wise. People think that, hey, I got to come in and I have to drive 50,000 miles or I have to drive 30,000 miles. No, you don't. It's whatever that truck is dispatched. You're not driving 30,000 miles by yourself or 50,000 miles by yourself. It's whatever that truck is dispatched. That's what you're required to do minimum before you can upgrade. So that's what it's all about. So Mr. Hall says, I just got my CDL A can drive a manual, but I drove a manual in my Class B. The school requires straight back, offset, and 90 degree. If you don't do manual, you receive a restriction on your license. Yep, exactly. Then Scotty B follows up and he says, people that are on the road nowadays get their CDLs with automatic restriction are going to have a hell of a time when it comes to working for companies that have nothing but manuals.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
Which is a lot of local and regional.
Yeah, a lot of the
That's
local
how
and smaller
have older
companies, they
trucks.
still have the older trucks. They have the older equipment. We got
Yeah,
big
and
picture here. Training program lost the skills part of training and gotten the amount of drivers put through, which is dangerous in my opinion. So basically, we saying we traded quality for quantity is what we traded for.
Yeah.
So, and that goes back to as well is like you were saying, Peg. You were talking about the trainer attitude towards things. There are a lot of bad trainers out there. Don't get me wrong. It's there's you hear horror stories all the time. My trainer did this. My trainer did this. My trainer wouldn't stop for me to use the restroom. My trainer wouldn't do this. Wouldn't accommodate me on this. And that goes back to that whole partnership setup. It takes two to make things work. And Prime doesn't regulate their trainers like they should. They should say, hey, look, once a year you need to come in and have an eval. Even if they tell them, hey, come in, we'll get you on a load. Come in and do an eval. Check their truck situation out. Do a quick, 1 hour eval of their skills, whatever they put them through a paper test if you want to.
But my thing, I think a lot of that would be alleviated if they did the whole checkoff list. Hey, my trainer taught me this, the student sign and the trainer sign saying, yes, I did teach you that, and the student sign saying, yes, I did learn that. And then that would hold that trainer accountable.
They do have a PSD and TNT checklist, but it's not like you would think. It's more bookwork stuff. Exactly. Yeah, it's not enforced. Yeah.
It needs to be, hey, when they're ready to upgrade, I need to go over this checklist with you, that you signed on, saying that he taught you all this stuff, and then the trainer needs to sign off saying, yes, he can do it.
Right. So we got Mr. Hall says North Carolina requires 160 hours of training in school to get your license. There you go. That's the way it should be, man. You should have some kind of regulation there.
Yeah.
As a state by state.
I wonder if that's the state or if that's a
well, it's just like with anything. When you start talking about federal regulations, which FMCSA, is a federally mandated system for the drivers. As far as trucking across America goes, the states can supersede that. They just can't undersede it. So if states want to supersede something, they can. Look at CPAP compliance with Prime. CPAP compliance with Prime, they can supersede the federal law. The FMCSA does not specify that a driver has to be at a certain amount per week, per day. They just say they need to be at a certain compliance with their CPAP. Prime takes that a step further and says, okay, well, you need to be X amount of percent every 7 days, or X amount of percent every 30 days. So they can supersede that law. They just they can't undersede it. So let's see. Richard Dyer says there are some trainers that treat them students like a logbook, which doesn't help the students or the industry. Exactly.
Yep. That's why I say they need a checklist. And that if that student says, I didn't learn this, that student needs to be able to call that FM and say, I'm at the end of my training and I didn't even, learn half this stuff or this thing right here.
Yep.
And then they'll know, okay, we got to call this, trainer in and figure out why he's not teaching this.
And on the
guy, we're coming up on a bridge and he's not going to be able to squeeze here.
And on the regard of students not having learned stuff, I also do think that the student needs to not be afraid to call a fleet manager or a safety department and say, hey, there's certain things that I don't feel I'm learning, and speak up about those things if they have not been able to resolve that issue with their trainer.
Right. And they need to know, and that goes back to that trust factor in the system. They need to know that their fleet manager, they can call that fleet manager privately and have a discussion with them. If they can't resolve something in the cab with their trainer, they need to have somebody they can go to. Prime's been working on that. That's been a every year thing since I've been here, is the issues between student and trainer. I've heard horror stories where the student will call, the trainee will call the fleet manager, and then the fleet manager puts them on a conference call with the trainer. Like, how you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. They're looking to you for. Oh, we got a lizard.
I heard that. It's a lizard.
Lizard.
But you can't put them on the spot like that, because all it does is create more confrontation in the cab when it's all said and done. Now, Twisted D says the quality's not going to change in the training with this new test, because there will always be a point system. Have these guys go to the truck stop and back in spots to pass. And Twisted, I know that you are in-house instructor, and I'm not going to say anything. I don't mean this out of any disrespect whatsoever, but I feel like in-house should have to haul loads. Like, there should be a requirement. Like, hey, you can't just pad them. You got to have them out on the road, man. I mean, and that's what you said. It's just like you said. You back between two cones in a wide open lot, and you back between two $250,000 long nose Peterbilts in a truck stop. It's two totally different worlds. You know, it doesn't matter what the maneuver is. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't, the bottom line is the odds of you ever backing in between two cones the rest of your career after you achieve your CDLA status are slim to none.
Not only that,
it's not going to happen.
You know, when I was up there backing up between cones, I wasn't nervous because I wasn't going to hit anything but a cone.
Yep.
He's exactly right. If my butt would have been taken to a truck stop, I'd have clammed up. I'd probably thrown in the towel and not even went
Even when I was PSD, and I would just to give them that visual, because I never padded my guys. I always went we did our pre-trips, we did our familiarity with the bobtail, we did our familiarity with the empty trailer, and we loaded up and we rolled for my PSD guys. So I would set two cones out right beside two trucks. We'd go to the back of the truck stop, find two trucks, find a spot between them. I'd put two cones there. I said, now that cone's a reference for you on test day. I said, but if you hit them cones, you're going to hit that truck. So just remember that. And it was always a visual thing, you know, because there's all types of different learning. People learn. It puts that nervousness, that anxiety, and it gives you something to lose. And people learn different ways. You know, you're going to have the do it learner where they can just do it. You're going to have the visual learner. You can show them how to do it and they can do it. And you have the audible learner that they can just, you know, you can tell them they can do it. And then there's some of these guys that are just naturals. They just get in the truck and they're just bomb.com, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, when I train,
the point system is a faulty system. There's not enough, to me, there's not enough at stake there for you to be able to, hey, you get to lose 19 points, you know, before you fail. I mean, it should be an hourly thing. It should have, hey, he was on the road, you know, 100 hours. He was on the road, you know, X amount of miles. There needs to be some kind of limitation. Yeah, there should be more stipulations to it for sure.
When I went through training, I went to a CDL school in Denver back in 2002, and they had a reference system. You know, look at points on the trailer, as well as it was a mix of referencing on the trailer where you are, as well as, you know, pull up to this certain point, turn the wheel this far, and then this is the trailer. You know, they'd mark out the cones with the spot with a cone, and then they'd mark out spot on either side and say, you know, these are trailers that are going to be sitting next to you. If you hit them, you know, if you go through these cones for the spot you're going in, you've hit a trailer and you automatically fail.
Right.
So, you know, granted they didn't put trailers there, but they put a stipulation on it that, you know, if you go past a certain point with these cones you're going in between, then you fail.
Caused damage. Yeah, you've caused damage.
Yeah. So, you know, there was kind of a reality, but not really completely real.
Right.
So, you know, that was a good way of doing it. You know, I got it, and you know, it served me well.
Right.
Ooh, feels good in here.
As far as Richard Dyer's comment, says there's some trainers that treat students like a logbook, which doesn't help the students or the industry. It doesn't. It doesn't. And the
Yeah.
thing about it is the money's going to come, guys. If you're going into training, the money's going to come. Right now the market's kind of sketchy. But if you feel like it's time for you to train, you know what I'm saying? You also have a responsibility to yourself to hold up to what you want out of your business, whether you're at Prime or whether you're somewhere else. It doesn't matter. If you are expecting something, you need to hold your business to that, whatever you're expecting. So if your average gross revenue right now solo is $5,500 a week, well, you better believe it better be higher than $5,500 a week when you're training, because you're going to be paying somebody $1,400 a week to be on that truck. So
and extra fuel for extra miles.
and take the time to teach these guys. What they need to know. Don't just say. Don't expect them to know everything. It's up to you to do this. You only have so long to be there for them and to make them the best drivers they can be. It's if you're not going to be a good trainer, don't train. If you're not in it to train somebody and make them the most efficient, profitable, and safest operator on the road, don't do it. Because the money will come. I promise you.
Product of use, so they get out there tarping and strapping.
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to say, "Who's your trainer?"
Yeah, they're going to say, "Who's your trainer?" They'll say, "Oh, Will Deadman. He didn't teach me how to tarp. He didn't teach me how to strap. He didn't teach me how to put a load lock in a trailer." In fact, you know what? When it ever came to that time, he just told me to go do it. He just told me, and he just sat in the truck. I've heard those stories so many times from people. My trainer never got out of the truck. I went to go back up. I needed help. My trainer would never get out. Guys, don't be that guy. Don't be the guy that they, you're the one that those stories are going on about. If you're not doing it for the right reasons, don't do it at all. Of course you're going to want to get paid. Everybody wants to get paid. Okay. I get it 100%, but the money's going to come. If you do your job the way you're supposed to, the money's going to come. Rich says, because that cone will whip your butt if you hit it. This is a stressful industry, so you should learn a stressful situation. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what, the first time you go to back into a truck stop by yourself solo, and you got that CV on, you got that CV on, you start hearing them voices. Oh, another Prime driver. Takes you 50 pull-ups, you can cut that radio off, and you stop, take a breather, and get out and look at what you're doing. Because guess what? You can't look to the right seat and see a trainer there no more. Once you're solo, it's on you, man. There is no fallback.
Yeah. Was that River Rich that made that comment?
No, Rich Dyer. No, that was Richard Dyer.
Okay.
Richard Dyer is a long-time flatbedder. He was actually with Passmore before Prime acquired Passmore Trucking.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't heard the Passmore name in a long time.
Yeah, they were around for a while before Prime got them.
Yeah.
Mr. Hall says the school I attended was just trying to get these kids to barely pass the test, just enough so they can scrape by. I feel bad for some of the students that come in with zero knowledge. Exactly. And all it's doing, you're padding numbers on the books for the company, but all you're doing is hurting these guys that are getting in these trucks. Because the numbers that you padded up for quantity-wise, you're going to get tore down by your CSA score when these guys don't know what they're doing. They start having accidents, load claims, load shifts, failures because they can't trip plan. The regulation on the trainee should be just as tough on the trainer. Both of them, same
guy
ways.
That trained Will also trained me, and he was really old school. And he, sometime after my class, he quit teaching. He said because the school is making it to where they were like skimming safety platforms and things like that, like finding ways around things, just to help people pass. They were going above and beyond. They didn't care about safety or anything like that. They were just wanting people to pass. He said, I wasn't doing that. He said, I'm not going to just pass you because the school wants me to pass you. And he gave it up, and he's back to driving now. And he can't stand the new age way of training.
There's the big man right there, Junior Honduras. That's Mr. Prime YouTube right there. Yep, Catracho.
Mr. King, Reefer King himself.
Yep, Reefer King, y'all. That's Junior Honduras. You need to send me a text, man, if you want to get in here, Junior. I know you got some thoughts about the training program.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you want to get in here, big dog.
Yeah, come on in, Junior.
Guys, there's a lot of the one thing I can tell you about coming into the industry is don't assume anything. Find out. Ask people. Call if you got something. He says, no, I'm good. Oh man, come on, man. Come on. Gotta hear from the King of the Reefers. This King of Prime right there. That's what that is. But guys, don't assume anything. Ask questions. The only dumb question is the one that you don't ask. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
It's not it's not a game. This is life. This is people. This is your life. This is everybody's life around you. It's your future. It's your present. It's everything. I mean, this is a lifestyle. It's not just a career. It's a lifestyle.
Sorry, guys. With my blindness, it's hard for me to make sure I'm centered in the screen here.
Oh, you're good, buddy.
Yeah. Just for your reference, there, Mr. Freight Skeeter. That's what I look like when I have to use my magnifier. So that's why that certain thing happened.
Oh, you're good.
One.
Yeah, we can't see it all now, Peg. We're on your shoulder now. There you go. There you go. Well, we're almost there. Go to your left a little bit. A little bit. There you are. Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No, I knew when you said Fruit Skeeter, I was like, man, I might just change my name to that. Like, I like that. Fruit Skeeter. That's probably what a lot of people want me to change my name to. Is I don't flatbed anymore. Man, people get mad about that too. Like they get on there, and it gets Angel upset. She'll get on there. She'll be like, that was his name. He coined that when he first got here. And they would get on there like, you don't even skateboard anymore. You need to change your name. I'm like, bro, did you wake up thinking like that? Like, you not have anything else going on in your life? Worried about somebody's nickname? Like, give me a break. I thought it was funny. They get so upset.
Yeah, let them get upset.
Yep, Rich said he's retired for now. You'll be back. You'll be back, Rich. You can't stay home forever.
I need to come to Georgia.
Yep. Wow, 2.5 hour live. This was supposed to be like a 10-minute video. This is crazy.
Didn't we do one a couple of weeks ago that was like 6 hours long?
Almost 8 hours. It was almost 8 hours.
Almost 8, okay.
Like we had people.
It was like
we had people that left the stream. They left the stream and came back. Like, oh my God, you guys are still on. I just went to sleep.
Yeah.
They came back. They're like, well, might as well just fix a cup of coffee and keep watching.
Yeah. It ended up taking me like 3 different shifts to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, I told Angel, I said we could just set up 2 GoPros in here and just have all our shenanigans live 24/7. I said after about a year when you have to drive, we would just have like 10 million subs. Like they would just be like, oh, Mama's beating him again. Oh, he's yelling again. Watch out. Matt's been on the phone with us and all of our crap. It was like, oh my God, if I want to get some entertainment, I just call you guys. Like, my God.
I know.
It's all fun and games, though, man. We got to enjoy it out here. We have our moments, though, where we both want to kick each other out of the cab. There's been plenty of times you thought about leaving me at a truck stop, I'm sure.
I mean, that's one thing that I try to tell newer drivers, when it comes to the job. Like, you got to have fun. You can't just make it about money. If you're just doing this for the money, then you're doing it for the wrong reason. You got to.
Yeah, you're going to hate it.
I mean, Will, you and I have had conversations for 4 or 5 hours long driving in the middle of the night, just talking about all kinds of different shit and joking around and all that. And, if you make it too serious, then you lose the fun and it burns you out faster.
You do.
So
stuff like this, with technology the way it is now, this stuff right here is fun to me, being able to interact with my friends and bring them in, find their thoughts and stuff. I mean, it makes the day go by. I know I've got an 11-hour shift ahead of me in a few minutes, and I'm just not even worried about it. I'm all good.
Yeah,
she's over there.
You're gonna start.
She's like, yeah, as soon as I get up here to Mont Eagle, you're done. You're in the seat, baby.
Where are you going?
And heading to Denver.
That old panel wagon.
Oh yeah, love that. You better get in this lane over here. You gonna have some mad people in here in just a second.
Fr8'z,
yeah, we're going there Chattanooga right now.
When does this lane end?
In just a few minutes.
Yeah,
right?
In like a few minutes.
Okay. Right now.
I still don't see it.
Okay. Well, you go, girl.
Fr8'z, when you get to Denver up there, I'll wave at you. I'm just about an hour and a half south.
Are you? Oh, that's right. Pueblo. Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Just a little bit south of Pueblo.
Heck yeah. Big H says the reason I don't I guess the reason I don't and won't train is that Prime is not stepping up when the student, like I have wrecked my truck and I had to pay for everything, including a hotel stay for 4 days. That's what I'm talking about. That's the bad part about it, man. That's the risk that you assume when you train with Prime, unfortunately. And I hate it's like that. I wish it wasn't like that. And I'm not saying I'm not bad about the Prime or anything, but I think there's room for improvement. There really is. And I think if they would instill that a guarantee and or a liability split for wages and claims, stuff like that, I think it would reinstill trust back in the operator. And they'll say, hey, Prime's got our back 100%. We're going to go into it. We're going to start training again. And I kind of feel like that's where we need to be at.
If they did something like that, I'd seriously consider coming back and start training. They've called me since I left last year. I think they called me 3 different times saying, hey, you want to come back and pull a reefer and be a trainer? Like, do I still have absolute liability 100% of the cost of everything when I break down? Right. Well, yeah, that's how it works. No, thank you.
Yeah. Because
you can be broke down and be down for 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. And if you're ACE lease, you don't get any kind of any kind of breakdown pay. You don't get any of that kind of stuff. Even if your truck's under warranty, you don't get that. Anything that has to be sought out payment wise extra has to come from the manufacturer, which is almost impossible to get. And so if you're buying a truck, everything, you don't get any forgiven lease payments, you don't get any deferred payments, you don't get none of that stuff. I mean, it just doesn't exist. So I feel like if Prime would say, hey, we understand that we're giving you the opportunity to work harder to make more revenue, but we also understand that this is our employee ultimately.
Yep.
We're going to split the cost of that employee 50-50. We're going to split the cost of those claims 50-50. And or we're going to give you a minimum guarantee of $8K a week. Worst case scenario.
Right.
2 things would happen. Well, 3 things would happen. Okay. You would have more people train. Number one, they would feel more comfortable. That trust factor would come back and say, hey, look, I'm going to go train. Number 2, you would have guys that would stop denying every single load that comes across the board, because they would have that what do they call that peace about what's going to happen that week. They say, okay, well, Prime's got my back, no big deal. And also number 3, the people who have never even thought about training will turn around and come to train. So you'll have your trainers come back, you'll have your new trainers come in, and you'll have people stop denying so many loads. Because the number one thing that people can't stand about Prime with your lease op is that they don't have a load board. They have a load choice system, but it's minimal, and we're not going to get into that. But they don't have an actual load board like Landstar does. But not saying anything is wrong with the way Prime does things, but there's always room for improvement with those things.
You can't deny loads. You get paid no matter where you're at. You only get paid 1 flat rate per mile.
Yep. So what Big H went through, man, that sucks, So right there, and also too, Big H, I actually called Leasing about this on my last lease, and I said, hey, look, if I had a trainee that was driving my truck, and I was like 2 weeks away from completing my lease, okay, and they totaled that truck, I know I'm up front. I'm responsible for the insurance liability for everything. But what about my lease completion? What about all that? Do I still get that? The answer is no. You don't get anything.
And you can, as a team truck or a training truck, you can have up to 40 grand built up.
Yep, and as a team training truck, you can have 40 grand built up. Miss Mother Trucker says, when I went through, my trainer taught me nothing. He used to make me get out in the middle of the downtown Los Angeles to go to the bathroom under the trailer because he wasn't going to the bathroom for me. Yeah, that guy should not have been in a truck at Prime Inc. at all. There's no way. That's the kind of stuff, guys, you got to document and report always. And she also goes on to say, I became a trainer because of how bad my trainer was. That's good. Yeah. Give somebody else a better experience so they don't have the experience that you had. Yeah. Abandoned P Jug says, howdy. Love that.
Abandoned P Jug, really?
I love it. That sounds like one of my kids.
Where do we go? A Walmart parking lot here?
Huh? I have thought about doing that, like being at the fuel line, whipping out like an apple juice jug with the label ripped off of it, and like just acting like I'm picking it up off the ground, just taking a swig, and just seeing what people's reactions would be.
See, that's why you and I don't ever meet up anywhere, because we'll get in trouble.
And just like and just like throwing it up in there, just being like this, and just throwing it up in there with the lid off, just seeing what happens. Miss Mother Trucker says, "How do y'all like the Peterbilt?" We love it. I love it. I don't know. How do you like the Peterbilt?
I was the one that wanted to get in it originally, and you were like, "No, I'm not driving a Peterbilt."
I did want to get in it originally. I wasn't really about it. I was stuck with the. I was like all about that Freightliner, man, and we got in it. And I was in love with it.
Let's drive it around the yard. I just want to see what it feels like.
I was in love with it after we got into it. I loved it. I really did.
Told you.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, Miss Mother Truckers also says you do not get compensation when you break down lease purchases. Nope, you don't. Unfortunately, you don't. There's a lot of things on regular lease. We'll do a differences video on that. But there's a lot of things you don't get on ACE lease that you get on regular lease. So, but also on a regular lease, you don't get the title at the end either. So, go figure. So it's all about what you want to do. There's nothing wrong with regular leasing. Some people like getting that brand new truck every three years.
Sometimes
4 years,
I question what we did because I'm like, dang gum, in 3 years this truck's gonna have over 500,000 miles on it, and then Prime now has a 5-year thing where they don't want the truck in the fleet no more than 5 years old.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're only gonna have 2 years to run with no truck payment. I wonder if we just done a regular lease.
I need to check on that too and find out if that's legit. I got to figure that out. What are you gonna say, Matt?
There's a
I think Matt froze on us.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Looks like it.
He dropped.
Okay. Yeah, there's another YouTuber I watch that's not connected to Prime.
Right.
Just trucking. He rebuilt 2 Cummins X15 motors and did a series on one of them at a shop down near Atlanta, Georgia, somewhere. That
oh, really?
Yeah, he showed going through tearing the entire block down on an end frame, and pulling the sleeves out, putting new sleeves in, putting wings on pistons, doing the main seals, the cam, the crane. He showed everything.
Heck
And
yeah.
it took him like 5 days. And
that's not bad.
Openly admitted on camera, it was, doing it, helping with the work himself, still put out like $28,000 or $30,000 somewhere in that neighborhood,
right?
Rebuilding a motor. So that's one thing about doing lease or your ACE lease program, that that's something that you got to be able to put away, like Mama Freight was, for down the road if it's got 500,000, 600,000, 700,000 miles on it. Because about 700,000, and they start, losing the sleeves will start slipping, and when that starts happening, you can't just do one sleeve and one piston. Got to really do the whole motor to make it right.
Yeah,
yep.
Yeah, if you're in there, there's no point doing that. Yeah, you got it all for sure. But yeah, you definitely got to put up for breakdowns, man, because you never know what's going to happen. Go ahead, man.
I don't know. I sit here and think about it. I've run team, I've trained, I've done lease purchase and done regular lease, and a company driver as well. If I was going to run team full time, I don't know if I'd actually do a lease purchase, because by the time you get the truck, it's worn out. I've got several friends of mine that are team that just straight lease, and been leasing for 20 years. They get to the end of the lease, they don't pay the balloon payment, they just get another truck. And specifically because by the time they get towards the end of the lease, the truck's got 750,000 miles on it. It's starting to get worn out because all it's done is run. And now older trucks, like if we go back 15 years, I'd still get an older truck at the end, pay it off, get the title, because they're easy to work on. The new ones, I don't know. They're just like with Pete, you got to take it to the dealer to get anything done to it. You know,
Yeah.
that's the
Well, I'll
only
let
thing I
y'all
don't like
know
about
in
it.
3 years what it's like once the title's in the glove box
Yeah, okay.
with a team truck, because Mama's gonna be off the road at that point, so she's gonna be at the house. So I'll either be or back training, or we'll leave that truck at the house, buy another one, whatever. You know, I mean, she might go solo and run around local. You never know.
Hey, if she decides to come off the truck, just give me a call. I'll drive back and forth to Georgia for home time.
She's hoping. Heck yeah.
Robert Lowe, if you're watching this, put me in charge.
She said, Robert Lowe, if you're watching this, put me in charge. I don't think Rob's watching this right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll land Colonel so bad.
Miss Mother Trucker says they let you run after 5 years if you've ever pulled your truck out of the fleet. It could be up to 10 years old. We got to check on that. We had another driver. What was it, on Facebook? He said that he was contacted by Leasing. His truck was over 5 years old. They told him he needed to.
I've heard 2 drivers.
He had X amount of time to get another truck or leave the fleet.
Yeah, I've heard. I've had 2 drivers have said that it's a 5-year limit.
I don't know.
I never heard that.
True. I heard you have to go to the ACE fleet or whatever.
I think that might be one of them situational things. You might have a driver that's causing a lot of problems. Maybe they're trying to pull some strings on him.
I heard you have to get your own DOT and everything, run like the ACE fleet or whatever.
On the A fleet?
A fleet, yeah.
Oh, yeah. On the logistics side.
Yeah, after 5 years.
Congratulations, Miss Mother Trucker. She says, I'm about to order my first truck at the end of this lease in January. Congratulations, Gal.
Get heated seats.
Yes. Mama says make sure to get the upgraded seats. She wishes we would have got them, but we didn't. So,
look, I had that upgraded seat in the Peterbilt. All it did was sit on the floor like it always does. Never used the heater, never used the massager, none of that. You don't need none of that stuff.
If she had it, she would be able to use the heater. Dude, she's actually doing good right now. She's got it set on 66.
Got the window down.
Usually, it could be 102 degrees outside, bro. She's got the heat on like 82.
No.
I got cold feet. I'm like, where's some socks? How about that?
I like driving barefoot.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Miss Mother Church says, my mom and dad drove for Yellow for all those years, and today when their check was supposed to be in the bank, retirement check for the pension, it was a no-go. Yellow's having some problems. They're bankrupt again from what I hear. So
I heard they're filing bankruptcy and going out of business.
Yep. That's terrible too. And that's kind of like what was that fleet Falcon?
Yeah.
Right before COVID, they bailed on all their drivers. Like, I mean, there were Falcon trucks sitting everywhere, and every truck stop across America.
So that wouldn't happen, though, right?
Yeah, Yellow's Union. Yeah. Yellow and YRC are Union. Yeah.
Yeah. So
let's see the ones.
So they'll get their retirement.
The ones that I remember was Jevic, Arrow.
That goes more of the whole hiring drivers, though. There's no freight for Yellow to stay in business, and that place has been in business for years and years and years. If something like that went out of business, that should show you there's not enough freight.
But you've got a lot of mega LTL carriers too, though. You've got XPO, you've got RL, you've got Yellow, YRC, which is a division of Yellow.
There's just not enough freight right now for all the drivers.
Then you got FedEx, and you got UPS and USPS.
FedEx has closed a lot of their hubs and cut back a lot of contractors because they don't have the freight either. We were pulling FedEx back to back in 21. I mean, late 21, 22. Like, we might pull a couple FedExes every now and then.
And that's kind of crazy to me, too, because, like, online ordering is, like, the thing now. Like, nobody goes to stores hardly. We don't hardly ever go to stores.
The economy. No one's ordering because money's so tight right now.
Yeah.
Inflation. So if no one's ordering and no one's buying, the same with produce. Our produce is, like, non-existent. Because produce is so expensive, people just aren't buying it. They're just buying.
I don't know, but I'm about to ease up in this truck stop and get something when we stop. And I'm starving right now.
They're buying more shelf-stable food. Therefore, produce isn't doing like it used to do.
Yeah. I don't look it, but I am starving.
I'm about to say, you got a long way to go before you're starving.
Yeah, I mean, I don't look it, but I'm telling you, I'm starving.
We haven't ate all day.
I don't think we've eaten since yesterday afternoon. Like, we haven't eaten anything. We took our daughter out to eat for her birthday.
Oh, yeah, we ate hibachi.
Yeah.
We ate way too much of hibachi, so we didn't feel like eating last night.
We ate hibachi at like 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. We haven't eaten since. 10th, so it's been almost 24 hours. What time is it now?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, so it's been 26 hours.
Yeah, we saved money and made hibachi at home last night.
Heck yeah.
By the way, Casey says that y'all need to get your butts to Memphis so you can come hang out and she can cook for more than one other person.
Oh, heck yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
So she's already said it. Even if I'm not here, call her and she'll come get y'all.
Okay.
From
I'm
wherever,
down.
you know, you're in West Memphis or wherever, she'll come get you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Dale says, I wish I'd gotten the AC seats. Yep. Yeah, I wish we'd.
I didn't have those.
Well, after sitting in Dale's,
he had stage 2. He ordered the stage 2 seats on his truck. We just had the regular stock seats.
Well, I'd never sat in like the upgraded seat, so I was like, I'm not going to spend $3,000.
Yeah, Success. If you're watching this, you should have a demo truck.
Yeah.
At the yard for us to be able to test out.
Yes.
Yeah. There we go. We need an upgraded Freightliner demo and an upgraded Peterbilt demo with everything, all the extras.
Exactly.
And then I want to see Rob Lowe pull a load in it. That's what I want to see. Get Robbie back in the seat. Let's get Robbie back in the seat.
Why not have an international demo out there as well?
All right, Peg.
So you can see it broke down all the time?
I'm about to kick you from the stream, Peg. He said, why not have an international demo? Ain't nobody studying that.
Actually,
I'm sorry.
We do have an international fan.
I got it. So when we were swapping over from Tonk to Kryptonite, the blue Peterbilt we had, there was this little old black lady, sweet as she could be. She walks up to me and my buddy Zach. And Angel, I think she was in one truck cleaning it out. Me and Zach were moving stuff. And she says, honey, if you don't mind, she said, I'll pay you. Can you bring this refrigerator from this truck to the other truck for me? I said, I said, no, ma'am, you ain't going to pay me. I said, I'll do it for you, no problem. So we did it. I'm going to tell you something. I couldn't even, and I'm barely 6 foot, like barely. I couldn't even stand it. When I got up in there, my shoulders were touching the overhead console. I don't know how anybody drives the International, like at all. And she was like, I've been in this International for 3 years, and they're putting me in another International. She's like, all I want's a Freightliner. That's it. She was company driver. And she was begging for a Freightliner. She'd been with them for like 22 years. And she's like, they will not let me get a Freightliner. I was like, girl, you need to start going over somebody's head. Get in that truck you want.
Some people swear by Internationals, though. Mike is in a Freightliner now, and he would do anything to go back to an International.
Ugh.
He said he'd do a lease purchase.
The one experience I had with it, standing up in it, I was done. I was like, no, I'm not an International guy.
No, the last time International made a really good truck was when they had the 9000 series, the 9200, 9400, 9900. Yeah. Those were good trucks. Right. The Pro Stars and the LTs, no, I've driven them. You can have them. Give me an old 9400 that rattles and shakes and everything else. I'll still drive it over a damn LT.
Yep.
When I went to work for an LTL carrier out of Denver, the first truck they had me in was a I-9400 International. Yep. It did decent. It kept blowing out rear ends. I think that was just a rear end problem.
You think it had gas?
Yeah, not the type of rear end I was talking about.
I'll be here all week, folks.
But yeah, the forward rear end kept going out on it, and then had a few different engine deals that I could have dealt with, but when they put me into a T600, I liked that truck. And so I also did have a chance to drive a Volvo. That Volvo lasted 3 days. The dashboard was so bad that you could put a CD into the CD player and it would skip like a scratched up 45.
Yeah.
It shook horrible. And I turned it in and said, I took it into the shop and said, look, the dashboard needs to get fixed. Because it was the dashboard, the steering wheel, the whole thing was just mounted wrong. And they said, well, we'll order the parts, but it'll be 3 weeks. And I said, okay, give me the keys to something else. And they put me back into a Freightliner. And so I like Freightliners, Kenworths, but never had a chance to drive a Peterbilt, which I wish I would have, but just wasn't.
I miss the 386 Pete's.
Those were nice looking trucks.
I think I'm too much of a big boy to be in one of these hood trucks because
No, you're not.
I don't know, man. I set my buddy's 389 and I was not happy. Like
Look,
me and Angel both, like we were rubbing like armpits, bro. That's how close we were. I was like, nah, I'm good.
I like luxuries. Those things are too old school for me.
Here's the trick to having what we call sardine cab truck, W900, T6, T660, 389, whatever. Take the passenger seat out. Get rid of the passenger seat.
I got to take the passenger out then. It's not going to work.
She can sit on the bed. It'll be all right.
Hey, listen, if I didn't have the passenger seat, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now with you guys. So it'd be hard, man. If I was back there laying down, I'd be asleep by now.
Well, I'm just as big as you are, and I have no problem going in between the seats on a old Pete cab or KW cab. So I just squeeze my fat ass through it and not think about it.
Oh, I can squeeze in there. Don't get me wrong. I just didn't like the comfortability factor once I got in there. Hey, Peg, you got Twisted's number. Send him that link if he wants to join the stream. I know he's finally home. He's following the stream. I don't know if he wants to get in there or not.
Yeah.
I don't have his number, and I don't want him to have to broadcast it across the chat if he doesn't want to. So,
yeah, let me see what I can do here. Being as blind as I am.
Right. You just got to copy and paste it to him. Or you can text me. My number's right there on the bottom there.
All right. I might end up texting you his number because I'm sorry, I'm doing this on my phone, which is so yeah, give me just a second. I'm gonna text you his number. And hopefully he's okay with this.
Well, if not, he'll get over it.
Yeah.
If he's not, I'll just have to delete it, I guess.
Twisted's a good guy.
Oh yeah, I like him. He's got a beard, man. He's got to be a good guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man,
I miss my long Moses beard.
Let's see, 9006, 9032. I was trying to put this together for you guys. This was something here.
Oh, come on, wintertime.
Where I cannot find this video clip. Oh, there it is.
Dude, you might want to get that thing to a shop. Oof.
I heard that.
Well, if you'd have heard that Trailblazer go by,
yeah, I heard it.
Had a blue mid-2000 Trailblazer go by. I could hear all the bearings on it, dry as a bone.
Oh,
yeah.
Venomous. It will not. Let me see if I can do this here. And I really wanted to show you guys this. Okay, there's that. And there's that. Let me see if this is it.
Where Mr. Willie went at?
I don't know. There we go. All right, let me see if I can get this to. Any video for you guys, show you guys the transformation on the house this weekend. I'm pretty proud of this, man. I'm sorry. We worked our tails off, man, the last 8 days to get this thing where it was.
Got up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, yeah, we're getting up like 4 o'clock every single morning. And
Except for the day we took my mama to Alabama to go eat.
we took her mom to Alabama to go eat for her birthday, and yesterday.
Well, that was Maddie's birthday.
We took Maddie out. But yeah. And no.
No.
People. That's there, right there. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
What in the world? No, Goofus.
William, are you having trouble?
No wonder it's in the 3 files at once. Yes, I am. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I'm gonna finagle it out here just a second. Hold on. All right, I think I got it. All right, let's see. I am not good with this. So Abandoned PJX says, I think my company specs their trucks to have heated cooled seats. My truck's 21 Cascade and has it in it, but we're in North Dakota. Well, that would make sense. You guys should have it up there. My God, it's
yeah, but it's hot down here, so we should have place it out here.
She said, yeah, but it's hot down here. All right, here it is. Yes. I hate heated cooled seats.
You said that.
Matt, he goes, I have heated cooled seats. Oh, we gotta get Peck back here. I think he dropped. Sorry, buddy. I was busy.
I dropped because I got out of the StreamYard.
Oh, you're good.
And my truck's only 12 feet tall.
Dale says the Pro Eagles in the 90s were sweet trucks.
Yes, they were.
I've always been a Kenworth.
Did you get in touch with D, Peg?
I thought I texted you his number.
Oh,
yeah, I thought I texted you his number.
Oh, I got him. I got him. I got him. All right, cool.
Okay, I'm sorry.
2 seconds. I'm gonna send him a link here. No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Me and my eyesight kind of has to do things weird.
You're good, buddy. Just I don't know what I'm doing right now. All right, let me
Don't
see
hurt
if I can copy
yourself.
the link real quick. Get him in here. Hey. Just I'm hungry doesn't mean I'm stupid.
Oh man. What?
Multi-service. Service. There he is.
There he is.
What's up?
Man? Good to see you. Oh man, just dealing with crap Wi-Fi right now. It's hard doing this on the road, man. I don't have a nice dungeon I can retire to like you do. My dungeon's always rolling. Yeah, you got the setup, brother.
Yeah, I figured since I'm home a lot and we had a 5-bedroom house, why not? We only got 3 kids living here, so why not turn the extra room into something like this? Plus, my wife was all like, they had a king-size bedroom set in here. And my wife was all like, "Oh, I'm tired of you trucker friends staying the night, so we need to get rid of that so people don't think they can stay the night."
There you go. That's right. I don't blame you. Yeah, my wife driving. She looked over. She's like, "It looks like he's got a man cave." I was like, "Yeah, he does."
Oh yeah, I got the setup in here. I got all kinds of stuff in here. I got the new pad set up over here too.
That's what's up. Oh heck yeah!
And Twisted, please forgive me for sending him your number.
You didn't send him my number, but I got the new pad set up, so I can mess around with it whenever I want.
He's got the new pad mock-up right there. Oh, sorry. My bad. Here, I'll just blow his up. He's got the new pad mock-up right there.
Yeah.
So that's the new layout they've got going on the pad now?
Yeah, it's coming soon. It's not there yet. It's supposed to be December, but
okay.
I scaled it down to the size of this truck and reformed it all.
Now this
is a forward offset. That's what people are worried about, is that forward offset, because we haven't ever done nothing like that out there yet. So it's just like a forward offset. And it's not as much room as you think it is on there either. It's not as much as people think it is. It's a lot smaller than what it looks.
Okay. That's awesome, though. That's bad to the bone that you had that set up like that.
Yeah, he's got that fancy space.
What's his opinion on the topic?
So, I don't know if you, I'm not sure when you chimed in, D, what was your opinion on the topic of today's video, the way trainees, the expectation of trainee treatment, and the so-called truck driver shortage?
I don't really believe that there's a shortage. I think that we flooded the market way back when. I think that the freight was high during COVID, right? So we had a lot of freight during COVID, and we were hiring people, and we flooded it. And then what I think happened is I think that the freight kind of slowed back down to its normal. And what happened was we have too many trucks out here right now just everywhere from when we were hiring people. So I think that kind of made it even harder to get freight, is because there's too many trucks out now, is my kind of opinion.
Obviously, truck moving right now.
Is it my signal cutting out?
No. I was having a little trouble hearing him.
Oh, and then as for the new training, I know you're frozen, so like hopefully you'll clear up in a minute. But the new training, I think like TNT trainers kind of have it hard right now, and I think whenever they redid the pay scale and they put it all on the TNT trainers, like, hey, the trucks broke down, that it's not fair, because if the trucks broke down, like at the end of the day, that's a prime employee on there. So I kind of like that they had the guarantee. I think that the guarantee was nice. The plan that they had before this one was nice, because you were able to, like, if the truck was broke down or something like that, Prime stepped in and paid that difference, because you weren't making money that day, and they covered it. I would like to hear that they got back to that, because right now them like, just, hey, the trainers, hey, it's your responsibility to pay the guy. I think that that's hitting a lot of TNT trainers really hard. I mean, I'm getting emails and I'm talking to people, and they're saying that they're making less than their students, or they got families to provide for and to look out for. And if they're not making the amount of money that they need to feed their families, then I don't blame them for not wanting to train. Now, whenever the market does pick back up, I'm sure it's all going to turn around and it's going to be good. But right now, with the kind of too many trucks out there, I mean, look at the situation in the truck stops right now. The truck stops are packed. They're filled. And it's hard to find parking. I went out and when was that? Peg Leg, when did I go to Jersey?
Oh boy, that was what, 3.5, 4 months ago?
Yeah, whenever I went to Jersey, I had to pay for parking, and like, I'm one of those guys that I'm like, I'm not paying for parking. I'm gonna go find somewhere else to park. And I ended up having to pay for parking, and that's not like me.
Pretty much why I exclusively drive at night now.
Yeah, driving at night from midnight to about 8 in the morning or something like that. That's my perfect schedule. I like to run those hours because I'm finding that it's easier to find parking at that time.
You know, for reefer running, that's, you know, running nights, I call it being a moonshine runner. But running nights, it's easier for parking, and, you know, if you can get your appointments at tippers and receivers, to be in between, like, you know, 9 p.m. and 4 or 5 a.m., you know, your daytime parking is going to be a lot easier.
Yeah, exactly. These new and then my whole thought process on the new training, that the new way that the federal government stepped in and said, hey, here's the training pad that everyone's going to use, and we're going to make it the same for everybody. I think that that's not going to change too much of the quality. Like, I hear people complaining about, hey, the quality that's going to come out with these new training of the new way that they're going to do the skills test, that's going to change the training of the students. And I don't believe it is. I really don't. I think that you're going to still get the same quality. I hear a lot of people say, so this is what a guy told me the other day, and this is where I'm proving my facts right here. Is a guy told me, he said, hey, whenever that new training way comes out, we're going to get some worse students, because I get students from CDL schools right now, and I'm having to train them, and they're upset because they don't know nothing. Whenever I'm training them, I have to reteach them everything, and they feel bad because they didn't learn nothing at the CDL school. And they're all like, whenever this new training comes out, those same CDL schools are going to do even less with these guys. And I'm like, let's think about this. If you're saying that the CDL schools are already not doing nothing with these guys and they haven't learned nothing, at the end of the day, whether it's this way or that way, they still didn't learn nothing.
Yeah. And you
And
hear
I
it a
do
lot
agree.
too from the TNT guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I was gonna say I heard what you were saying earlier about like BSDs need a none of this pad training stuff. I've always been
No.
like the guy that's
I just meant they need some road experience as well into it instead of just
yeah
pad training. Yeah. No, I never said like
yeah and
obsolete pad. No, never. No.
yeah. But the point I was getting at right there is I've always been the guy that went out and found me some extra work. So like I've always found some loads to go do. Like I'm doing about 3 tire loads a week, and you know I take my guys on those tire loads. We do them. Like it's the only thing that they're not getting with me is like the every night staying in the truck.
Right.
So that's the
which
main
they
thing
could
that they're missing out on.
Which they could if they wanted to. If they wanted to stay in the yard, I guess they could.
I've had that happen.
Yeah.
I've had students that say, hey, they're playing around too much at the campus and they're staying up all night, and my roommates acting a fool. Can I just stay in the truck? And I'm all like, yeah. So I've had them sleep in there. They're all like, can I shower in this building? Heck yeah, I'll shower in there.
That's right.
That's right. I gotta kick them out sometimes though, because after their test they want to still stay in the truck, and I'm all like, no, bro, you gotta go back to the hotel now.
Right. But and you're definitely doing more than your part, because we know as a in-house instructor you could stay on the pad if you wanted to, but you choosing to take those guys on those runs, you're actually doing them a great deal of favor, and they don't even realize it, because without that road experience, there's a whole other saga to trucking that they're not experiencing, other than just the pad and the road test course, So you're definitely doing them a good service doing that. And I think all our instructors, that's what I was getting at, is all our instructors should be pushing, especially the in-house ones, should be pushing to get these guys on the road. Take like you said, venture out, look for that extra work. Hey man, you got this transfer load, I can run to Kansas City, something. Because like I know Kansas City's what, 180 miles there, 180 miles back. That's an easy day's work, but it gives those guys, if you had 2 guys with you, I mean, that 3 hours there for one, 3 hours back, man, is that's invaluable. That's amazing.
Yeah. And I also go to like how you say it? Pretoria, Illinois, Springfield, Illinois. Peoria. Yeah. I go to Springfield, Illinois. We go to Little Rock, Arkansas, Kansas City. We go to, I mean, there's a lot of places we go to take these trailers. And these drop-offs are not any cakewalk either. Like, they are some hard places, like, because they're tire shops. So there might be stacks of tires. Like, I put out that video the other day. We got stuck in the alley. Like, I've been to that place a lot of times, so I already know. Slide the tandems all the way up. We went around that alley, and we got stuck in there, and they had to come move the tires because they pushed them out so far. Now, I know that place will not move them if you ask them to until you're stuck. So I was like, we'll just go get stuck. That's how you have to deal with them. And, they're little bitty places. Like, there's this one place, it's in Illinois, but it's not past Springfield, Illinois. But this place, can't remember the name of it. Like, they see our trucks come in there, and they're all like, we've been telling them to send us a day cab. And I was like, we don't have a day cab. But the place is unbelievably hard to back into. And like sometimes I'll have my students do it. Sometimes I'm all like, you know what? Let me just do this one. Like, but for the most part, I want my student in the seat backing it in. I want them to do it. Tomorrow I'm going on one of the tire runs where I'm gonna have to back across the street. Like, you have to go. There's no room in there to do a U-turn inside the lot. So what I have to do is go down this alley, and it's gates right across the street. So I'm going to have to back right across the road and into the place. And like, I won't let my students do that because there's too many variables, like cars coming down the road and stuff. And I'm all like, you know what? Let me just do this. Yeah. And I'll back it across the street. But as for unhooking, like, I have my students, they always unhook it. They always hook it up. They always check the locking jaws. I mean, like we're doing everything. We're opening doors, and we're say we're going on one load. So you got to pick up a trailer at EcoShred. You got to drop the trailer once you get there. Then you got to pick up the other trailer, pull it out. Then you got to find somewhere to put it, and then you got to unhook that one and then rehook to your trailers, put that in the door, and then all the way back and unhook again. Like, that's a lot of hooking and unhooking. I never want to hear my guys say that they can't uncouple or couple a trailer.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, you got to love when you go to places like that.
And there's a lot of great instructors out there. There's a whole bunch of us doing these EcoShred loads. I'm not the only one. So, like, the more EcoShred is picking up, the more loads that they have, and the more they need our help. So there's a ton of us doing these EcoShred loads, and it's making money. The EcoShred is making a lot of money.
Bro, I actually bought some of that for my kids' playground area, and I'm actually about to. I'll show you guys this video real quick. So, this is what I think it actually uploaded. Let me see. Yeah, it did. So here's what the yard. This is what it looked like before the first 10, 15 seconds, and this is what it looks like now.
It looked like before the pool. It didn't look like that before. That's when we got home after the pool.
Dig gum, Freight Skater, you got a spread there.
Yeah, well, we're coming to your house.
Yeah, that looks like a party to me.
Uh-huh.
We did a little bit of work, guys. As you can see, I got this red glow. It's, I don't have this all the time. I got beat up by the sun pretty good. My kids told me, they're like, Dad, you're starting to look a little Latino. You need to calm down a little bit. I'm like, well, it is what it is. I
can't be out there in that sun since I set myself on fire, man. That sun it'll make me blister. I can't be out there like I used to.
What's crazy is I have that olive. I don't burn, so I have that olive skin that just tans up nice. So does my 6-year-old. My other 3 girls and even my son have my wife's skin, just fair white. Just it burns at like an hour out in the sun, like they. So me and the 6-year-old, we're walking around all like bronzed up. Everybody else is like, sunscreen.
You can quit bragging.
Hey, man, I like it, man. I like the bronze. If I had the body to show it off now, that's what I got to work on.
Yeah, I see a swimming pool back there, so you got to get that swimming pool body ready for next summer.
Yeah, man. So, but that rubber mulch was actually in that playground area. So that what you saw, so from Prime. So we actually ordered 3 bags of that stuff from Prime.
There you go.
Did you put the glue on it? Did you put that glue on it?
Mulch glue. No. We do have the mulch glue. We need to, but we do have the mulch glue on some of the mulch around the house. We have black wood mulch around the house, which we are going to end up changing it out for either the rubber mulch or rock. But because what you saw on the walkways was all white marble. So white marble with just the plain cement pads that we stained them black and give it that contrast. But no, that mulch that's on there right now, we don't have any glue on it at all in the playground area. We need to, though. We really do.
The kids keep kicking it out.
Yeah, the kids constantly kick it out.
I got it around the pool, and we put the glue on it, and the stuff floats. So you're going to find like little pieces floating out everywhere if it rains real good.
Yeah, well, we got probably about, I'd say 3 inches of that stuff in that playground area. So I think it would take a lot of glue to get that stuff to set down. Like, seriously, there's a lot there, like big time. That's not a thin little area, but that's what we did all home time, man. We were getting that backyard ready. Man, I was doing some finishing up stuff today, and I didn't want to leave. I told Angel, I said, I never want to leave home, but like, I really didn't want to leave today, bro. I was like, man, I was dreading it. Yeah, I wanted to stay. They were all in the pool at like 8 a.m. this morning. I just wanted to jump in. I had to go to Home Depot, drop some stuff off, pick some stuff up. And they were all in the pool at 8 a.m. I just wanted to jump in and stay, man. I didn't even want to go get a load.
What state is home?
Georgia.
Georgia.
Yep, we're pulling a shawl right now from Dalton. going to Denver. So we're gonna run right up over St. Louis, grab 70, and head west. We should be in Denver tomorrow afternoon.
I always tell everybody the worst place I ever been in the summer, the worst place that I was ever at in the summer has been Georgia. That humidity is ferocious. It's worse than Florida.
Not to mention the state bird is a mosquito, bro.
Oh yeah. I saw a bird eat one of those mosquitoes and choke to death over there.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. You can hear that thing. They come land on your shoulder and they're like, "Hey, man, what's up?" I'm like, "Oh, get away from me, dude."
Yeah.
Joke over there.
I've seen some mosquitoes out there in Georgia big enough to carry away a VW bug.
Yeah, they're nuts, bro.
I believe it.
All right, I gotta go to work, guys. I'll yak at y'all later.
Thanks for joining, man. God bless you.
Matt.
Be safe, dude.
Nice meeting you today.
All right.
Hey, see the baby one more time. See the baby.
He wants to see the
one
baby.
more time.
We got to pull the boob out of her mouth. Hang on.
Nope.
You putting them to work.
Don't mess her feeding cycle up. Bless her heart.
Nah, she's all right.
I know Angel's going to want to take a glimpse, too.
Look, I've got nipples of steel at this fucking point.
Oh, don't do this to me, Internet.
The way she fucking bites and everything. Yeah.
All right, baby. The people want to see you.
Bless her heart. She about passed out already.
Oh, she was asleep. But y'all are more welcome to come over here and babysit.
If we babysit, bro, we're going back. We're going home with number 6.
I don't window shop.
She said if we babysit, she's going home with us.
Angel said I don't window shop.
Hey, just as long as they.
I don't need.
Angel's got to be able to produce milk.
I'll lose my YouTube room if we bring another kid
she
here.
will not take a bottle.
Will, do you hear that?
Do what?
Yeah, I'll be kicked out. She'll be like, "Get all those lights out of there."
Yeah. What'd you say
that again?
I said, y'all can take her home, but Angel has to be able to produce breast or produce milk and be willing to breastfeed because she will not take a bottle, like at all.
Okay, she said you can take her, but you gotta have your breast milk going because she won't take a bottle. So, at all, not even with breast milk, she won't take a bottle.
I'll figure something out.
And she said I'll figure something out. You guys can have weekends. How about that?
She won't even take a
decided. That's always been our dream. Is if we ever hit the lottery, was to open up like do a humongous foster home for kids, because that's like, I love them, dude. I love kids. You learn so much from them. I learn so much more from them than they do for me. Like, I just love watching them figure things out. It's amazing to me how they are. They're awesome.
Do you say hi?
I'm sorry, I got crappy service again, guys.
But yeah,
everybody's froze.
I can get ready to load tomorrow. But yeah, I'll holler at y'all later.
I think, well, no, might not be.
Later, bro.
All right, man. Be safe, man. God bless you guys.
All right, man.
All right, man. Peace.
Well, yeah, with all the training changes, like pre-trip getting easier and stuff like that, like I don't see it changing like the quality of student. Like, I think that the pre-trip needs to be easier, really.
Right.
That's the worst part of my day is pre-trip. Worst part of my day. Like, people don't want to study that thing.
It gets me. And also the thing about it is too is, let's be honest, and I'm saying this, ain't nobody doing. I don't care who says what. If you are a daily driver, you ain't doing no 150 point pre-trip. I'm sorry, nobody does that. You're gonna get out. If you're a good driver, you're gonna get out. You're gonna check under your truck. You're gonna check your load. You're gonna check your tires, your coupling devices, and
lights.
You're out of there. I mean, well, yeah, your lights too. Yeah, you need to do that, but the basic things, you're not gonna go popping the hood, crawling up underneath the truck. It just doesn't exist. I'm sorry, just nobody's doing that. And not every day. Now, once a week, yeah, you need to be checking all your fluids, your belts, everything.
Yeah.
And I mean, but obviously, we have to be on that pre-trip. Got to be to pass that test.
You know, in that regard, you know, I agree with you that, you know, a good driver does do at least a basic daily check. And, you know, when I drove, I popped my hood every day. I looked for leaks that are starting to develop so I would know. And, you know, whether it be coolant, oil leaks around certain parts. But the one thing that I want that I'm not sure how it's changing, but the one thing that I would like people to make sure of is that they know, you know, what's the oil pump, what's the water pump, you know, what's the air compressor, where they're located, because so much oil goes through those things except for the water pump. But with the water pump, if it goes out and you don't know where it is to look for coolant leak, you know, there goes your engine. Same with the oil pump.
And if
I just hit up roll assist like this. I'm like, I don't know what that is, but it's messed up.
Yeah.
Well, if you are owner op or you are lease op, it does help to know those things, because you might be a small repair you could do by yourself. You know, instead of having to spend you know $200-300, have somebody come out and do it. You know, minimum. You know, and but yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. To your company, right, D?
Yeah.
Yeah,
company.
Yeah, I'd be like, bro, that thing just quit on me. I'm done. Like, I don't know what happened, man. Like, I know I should pop the hood, but I'm just kind of scared, man. I'm really worried right now. Like, you guys got to send somebody.
Yeah, it went pink, 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 and stopped running. That's it.
Yeah, you do the sound. Yeah, I heard a ching chong, chang chang, and that was it. It quit. Like, I'm done. Like, I don't know what to do.
It was over with after that.
Yeah, we're gonna be over the Dairy Queen. If you want to tell the road guy to just give me a call when we're ready. See you guys later. That's exactly how that would work. I don't blame you, bro. I would be doing that too, for sure, on company side. But
I don't even
that's
know.
the thing about it, man, is I was never company except for during training, man. I don't know anything about that side. Like, I wouldn't even know how to act.
I don't even know if the company guys can take the pro maintenance class. Can they?
I don't know. I need to take the pro maintenance class. I haven't even taken it, and that just came out about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, something like that. They put it into effect. Yeah, I think it's a great thing. That's one thing about Prime, man, and a lot of people don't understand. They put these tools at our fingertips, just like the Prime app, you know, and they're constantly updating them and everything. I think people kind of lose sight of that stuff. That's part of that amenity, man, that you have being here with this company is, you know, people talk trash about us, man, but they talk trash about Swift too. Swift's been around a long time. Prime's been around a long time. And there's a reason these companies are successful. And it's not from being, you know, bad companies. I mean, it's all about what fits what your needs and what your wants are out of trucking. It's what you're trying to get out of it, you know.
Well, I always believe that the reason Swift has such a bad name is because it boils down to how big that company is, and we're getting big too. So, like, when you see that accident on the side of the road, you notice that big Swift logo, or you notice that Prime logo. So that's where I think that comes from. If you see an owner op that's flipped over, and most of the time you see these no-name trailers knocked over, or these no-name trucks, and you don't think twice of it. You're all like, oh, that dude wrecked, see ya. But then you look over and you see a Swift truck knocked over, you're like, Swift's at it again, or Prime's at it again, whoever.
Well,
I mean, like, that's what it is.
Yeah, Swift and Prime, and you get that with training companies too, like you said, sheer numbers. I mean, it's obviously the more numbers, the more variables, you know, that are there. So, and that goes back to, you know, these trainers, these TNT trainers and stuff that are out here with these guys. They're not educating these guys like they should be educated, as far as not just the driving part of it, the lifestyle part of it. You know, I mean, it's a totally different. If we all had the respect for each other that there was in trucking 30 years ago, man, this industry would be totally different right now. It'd be nuts. You know, I mean, it would be something that nobody's ever seen before. And that goes with life as well. You know, I mean, it's the same thing.
When I started with Swift back in 2002, they had like 15 or 16,000 trucks back then. Right. And then with their merger with Knight, I'm not sure how accurate this is, but I've heard that it's gotten up to somewhere a little bit north of 20,000 trucks. And now with the buyout of US Express that's been announced within the last 3 months, I wouldn't be surprised if that puts them up over 30,000 trucks.
Oh, wow.
And probably double and a half of trailers, 50, 60,000 trailers.
Yeah.
So, just that alone in itself, one out of about every 4 or 5 accidents or rollovers or bad things happening, 1 out of 4 or 5 probably would involve a Swift vehicle. And you see them involved in a huge pileup. Oh yeah, that Swift truck is in there, and so yeah, they're the ones that caused the entire thing.
Yeah, it's that common stereotype. Is all it is.
Yeah.
I will tell you that the TNT trainers are getting better. I'm going to take up for the TNT trainers a little bit right here because I have been getting this year. I have been getting way less calls about, hey, my TNT trainer did this, or hey, my TNT trainer did this. So like the numbers of calls like previous years, my phone was ringing all the time. I was having to get people, hey, did you talk to your fleet manager? Did you talk to the reefer supervisor? Okay, now talk to safety. So like this year, I haven't had to do that very often. It's probably been like 3 times this year when normally I'm done at like 15 calls. So I think that the TNT trainers are doing a lot better. I think we got a lot better quality now than we had in the past.
Well, I'm gonna speculate on you for that for a second. I'm gonna throw an idea in your head. Do you think that we're getting better TNT trainers, or do you think that the ones that were here for just the money couldn't hang during the slump and they're out, and we got our good ones?
See, I was thinking that. I just didn't want to say that, but I was trying to take up for the guys.
I know. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I think that it goes back with that cleanse of the industry. I mean, the industry is being cleansed right now with the way the market is, and I think that the guys that were doing it just for money, which we said time and time again, you're going to be miserable at it, which means that misery is going to emanate into your training. You're going to make your student or your trainee miserable, and the next thing you know, you're that trainer that the horror stories will be passed around about. And I feel like the guys that were doing it for the right reasons, they're like, they know the money's going to come no matter what. Might have a bad week here, might have a bad week there, but ultimately it's going to happen. Because I'm going to tell you, if Mama would have told me today, like when we left the house, hey, I want to stay home. And she was broken down. Don't get me wrong. This was a hard home time for her to leave on. If she'd have said, babe, I want to stay, I'd have been like, okay, I'm headed to Springfield. I'm going to take my research class and I'll grab a trainee. I'm back in it because I know nothing but teaming and training, and that was the whole reason for the YouTube and everything, was just to give that knowledge back. I enjoyed doing it. And yes, I want to be paid for my work, but I did it more to give somebody else that upper hand that I know I can give them with what I have to offer. I don't know everything. I don't know close to 10% of anything, but I know enough to give these guys the best start I can possibly give them.
We know we've been,
and that's what it's all about. And I'm not saying I haven't had bad run-ins with trainees. I mean, I have 100%. There's been guys like in that video, man. Last video I did, turn right around, took them right back. I mean, I can't. There's some people you can't, and I had to learn this the hard way after about my second or third PSD/TNT. I can't change people. I cannot change people. Doesn't matter what I do, what I say, how adaptive I'm willing to be. Sometimes you just can't change people. You can't change your mind.
You can't make somebody want this that's not fully vested in it.
Exactly. If they're not willing to put forward 110% for themselves, my 190% that I'm putting forward means nothing, because it's nothing, and I can't talk them into it. And if they're at that point where they were, like my buddy training, they're just at that point where like, hey man, screw you, it's all about me. Like, bro, that's definitely not the relationship you want to start building from the get-go, much less have that kind of tension in the cab. That's something you don't want. I mean, because you got to have, when you're coming in this industry, there's like you were talking about, you've been to that place that you go to for the tires a million times, and you never know what's going to happen. Your every day can change like that. trucking can change like that. Every scenario is different. Even if you've been on that route 500 times already, every scenario is different. Every day is different. Every drive's different. And the thing I think that we forget as trainers is mile one. You know, remember mile one. Remember your mile one. How are you treated? How are you accepted or shunned, or how did you feel on your mile one? You know, and then you need to be better for that guy if you're training. So that's what it's all about. You know,
Exactly.
money's going to come. You're going to have a slump. We all have slumps. You know, it's going to happen. It's trucking. You know, that's the true saying. It's trucking. That's just the way it is. But it's all about how you can handle those slumps. You know, if you're ready to give up at the first, like the first time, you know, that struggle rears its ugly head over the horizon that week, and you're like, man, I'm done. I hate trucking. I'm done. You know, you're never going to make it. You know, I mean, you got to be willing to adapt and be able to do your thing. You know, the way it's.
Trucking's always going to be up and down. I mean, like we've been here a while, so we're kind of used to it, the ups and downs, the highs and the lows. I think the people that are starting right now, and they're starting out and they're all like, man, I'm saving as much as I can right now because like I might need it for the next week or the next week. When we become where we're running good again, like we were back in, I don't know, 2018 or like even during COVID when we were running good.
21. Yeah.
Those guys are going to soar. Those guys are going to do so good.
Oh yeah.
So like there's a bright light at the end of all this. If you can hang through this and you can push through it and learn how to manage your stuff, like get your good fuel mileage, save your money where you can and save. I'm telling you, whenever it picks back up, you're going to be the most successful guys. Not the guys that are starting whenever it's good. The guys that are starting right now whenever it's kind of low. My opinion.
Well, it's true, and you're gonna actually reap those benefits of what you're sowing right now because, like you said, you're enduring that hardship right now. So it's all on the up and up after this, you know. So it's one of these things. It's like, man, when you start seeing those rates start climbing and the fuel start going down, stuff like that, you're gonna start seeing. You're gonna be like, man, this is easy. This is great. This is what I've been waiting for. But like you said, take your time, plan it correctly, save your money, do it right. That way, when the next slump shows up, you're ready again. You know, you can hang through it.
You know, getting into driving in a market like what we have now, and learning how to scrimp your pennies and save them for that next rainy day, will set you up for even better success.
Right.
When it comes back. So like I was saying earlier, that YouTuber I watched that rebuilt two of his Cummins motors, you know, and the expense that goes with doing that should, you know, God forbid it happens to you as a lease or owner op, you know, that if you don't help with a lot of the work like he did, you know, that could be a $40,000-$50,000 bill.
Right.
And that's enough to put a lot of people just, oh, I'm done. You know, I can't afford that. I'll sell my truck.
Put them out of trucking, but it'll bankrupt them half the time if they try to take care of that bill. If they're not ready for it, you know. I mean, you got to think about it. Most people. I remember when I was in the auto salvage industry, and people would come up and they would need $1,000 motor for their truck. You know, just a used engine like a late model GM 6.2 liter, 6.0, $1,000 for a used short block. You know, blocking heads. You know, our long block. Sorry, blocking heads. There's like people were freaking out, like $1,000. Like us, we go get a tire, it's like $1,200. We're like, that's nothing now. It's like these people were paying $1,000 10 years ago for an engine. They're freaking out about it. I'm paying $1,200 for a tire, and I'm like, it's normal. You know, it's just crazy. It's nuts.
Look at a brake job. You know, you're not going to replace just one position of brakes. You're going to do them all. And, you know, the pads and well, now that you have the discs or drums, you know, just for one position is going to be, you know, $1,200-$1,400.
Yep.
And there's 6 of those positions on each truck.
Yeah, it's money, man. Gotta prepare, man.
I got an oil change on my little pickup the other day, and it cost $100 and something, and I was like, "What the heck happened here?" And she's all like, "Oil went up." I was like, I'd say so. And
Yeah, what happened
I
to that
got back to my truck
1999
and
special?
I was all like, I cannot believe the lease guys. Just imagine their oil changes. I was like, I don't know how y'all afford that because
That's like
mine's
almost, it's
$100.
almost over.
Yours has to be like they do a whole
Over
PM. That
500.
has to be like $600-700.
It's about it's a little, it's almost 5. Yeah, it's about $500 depending on where you go to. Yeah, you go to the dealer, you'll probably pay closer to 6. But the only thing about the dealer is everything's documented. So when you do go to sell that truck or get rid of it, you've got it all on paper, listed with a dealer. So, which you keep all the receipts and everything, but
exactly.
But it's actually a good resale point, to go ahead and let them know, hey man, everything's been done with the dealer in this truck. Now I told my wife, I said I would like to get to the point where once it's out of warranty, we're handling all that stuff by ourselves at the house. End of the house, have the ramp set up and everything, just change oil at the house. Because you can buy that stuff in bulk, filters, oil, stuff like that, and it will actually be a huge write off. Not only, but you'll actually save money in the long run too, buying it in bulk like that. So it would make sense.
Yeah, my buddy does all of his PMs on like his truck and his APU and everything. He's done all the research and he's just taught himself out to do that stuff, and he saves a killing. He said in that.
That's what it's all about.
He was in a truck stop not too long ago, and I forgot what broke. Something broke on his truck, and he said that he was just looked up some YouTube videos and bought the parts because they wanted to charge him like something like $1,500 to fix it, and he was all like, "Man, forget that. It's cheaper if I buy the part." So he went over there and he rebuilt his own right there in the parking lot of the TA. He said in California, he was out there turning wrenches, put it all together, and he was all like, "Thank God it worked because I would have been stuck there even longer."
And that's like you mentioned earlier to us, taking that pro maintenance class that Rhyme off.
Yeah.
If you're not mechanically inclined, might as well go do it and see what you can learn. There's knowledge is power, man. The more you know, the more you grow. You can't ever know too much. It's just the way it is. Me and Angel, we were talking about being in a truck stop parking lot. We actually installed which I've got to get this video done, but it's a 7 camera system on the truck that we have. And we installed 4 of those in a Lowe's parking lot in less than 4 hours. Really ran the wires legit and everything, bro.
Did JDQ get a hold of you with a side project that I had an ideal for you?
If he did, it's just in passing.
Okay, he said whenever you come off of home time, he was going to get with you and let you know what I was
talked to
thinking.
him yet. I literally just left the house today. Yeah.
I had a great ideal for you, and you need to talk to him because he'll tell you.
Okay.
Just a fun ideal, and it would be perfect for you because you're over the road. I'm not, so I can't do it myself, or I would. But
all right, cool.
Just some content ideal.
There's one. Check him out. Check Timothy Turbo. He says, "Holy crap, you guys are still in here. I just went, took a nap, came back. What did I tell you, Peg? The same thing happened last time."
Oh, this is crazy.
I'm trying to
that
talk
live was long last time.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk Mama into let's just do a 24/7 live cameras in the truck, and just be freight drama. We'll just call it freight drama is what we'll call it. Whatever happens, happens. It's just the way it is. It'll be great.
I mean, it would be cool. I think it would be cool, but I wouldn't live stream it. I'd just record it all and then edit it all and put it together.
Dude, that'd
be a lot of work.
Man, I hate the editing part. Oh man.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm going to be off camera for just a second. I got to get my phone plugged in. Make sure it doesn't die.
You're good.
All
I'm
right,
going to have to
man.
end it here pretty soon anyway, so I know Mama's not going to keep driving here. How long do you want to drive? I really need to get my 8 in for today. No, I just push over by 3 after midnight.
I went to rewatch that live, and I saw that it was like 7 or 8 hours or whatever, and I was all like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna rewatch this. I'll watch bits and pieces." So I watched like a couple hours, and then I went did some stuff, came back, watched a couple hours. I still haven't finished it.
That's what Greenwich did, bro. He watched it for like a week. He's like, bro, he commented on one of my videos and he's like, finally done with that live, man. Just letting you know. Good
Have you
video.
met Greenwich? Have you
I haven't
met
met him in
him?
person.
Oh, that's my boy right there. Like he's good people. You coming to the company picnic?
We want to. Are we going to try to make the picnic this year or no?
I'd really like to.
She'd really like to. Yeah, we'd really like to come. But it'd be my
Y'all
first
should
time in
make
6 years. It'd be my first time in 6 years. I've never been.
Yeah, y'all should make it. You can't miss it the first time in 6 years. Like,
yeah.
I haven't ever missed one, I don't think. I'm pretty sure I've been to every company picnic. Yeah, y'all have to go because you'll run into Greenwich and like we're all getting together out there and gonna have a good time.
Oh heck yeah!
It's nice to get that break off the road for a lot of guys and just come into town and have some fun and see the family of Prime. You know.
How long is it? Like how long are you? Like how long are you on the company picnic?
I go for I got kids, so they're gonna be there the entire time. So like
Well,
I
I'm saying,
get there.
is it like 1 day, 2 day?
Oh, 1 day. It's
Okay.
only a couple. It's only a couple. It's like from it's probably like from like 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon or something like that. I mean, it's not
so it's
that
like
long.
4 hours. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool.
I'm there during the whole thing because they got bounce houses and all that stuff. You know, you've been there. So like the kids are running wild. I'm over there waiting for the crab legs. I'm trying to get the kids in line. Get in line. Give me some more crab legs.
Oh,
They're too busy playing.
There's gonna be
Pickles
crab legs
and all that stuff.
You said there's crab legs?
Yeah, crab legs at the company picnic.
Oh yeah, we definitely got to go now. You said there's crab legs at the company picnic. I'm down.
You haven't like all you can eat crab legs. I'm over there
All
just.
you can eat? Oh my gosh, bro!
What day is it?
What day is it?
Peg leg. What day is the company picnic? I always forget.
September 2nd, I think. And the truck championship is on the 1st.
Okay, it's the day after that. So yeah, the 2nd.
Oh man,
it's a good time. Awesome. I like the corn too. They got that corn that's the street corn. I get some of that. And one year they had a little donut machine, like a donut truck, and you can make these mini donuts and you put the frosting on it and stuff. I mean, the kids have a blast. They always get their free Prime Picnic T-shirt every year, and they just have.
He said the kids are gonna love it. He said they get free T-shirts and all kinds of stuff there, bounce houses and all kinds of stuff. That's awesome.
People bring their grandkids. People bring their people bring everyone they can. Like I mean, it's just like a show like your family. Like the first time I brought my family, like we didn't live here, so like they came into town, and then I came in with a load, of course, and then we went to the company picnic, and it was great seeing the kids and the wife like being like, wow, they did all this for you guys. You know, it's just like shows that like the company supports you.
Heck yeah, that's awesome. Timothy Turbo says we should stream the picnic. He said 4 hours ain't nothing. That's an easy stream. Yeah, we're on 4 hour stream now. Huh?
Right?
Yeah, D said it's about like from 10 to 2, something like that. So like 4 or 5 hours, yeah, something like that.
And I've even made my RSVP out to the picnic.
I haven't either, dude. We should set up like a huge like YouTubers table, and all of us stream the picnic on our channels. That would be bad to the bone. We can have a crab leg eating contest. Who can eat the most crab legs? Something. I'll be down for that.
We could do that. Hey, last year, I saw there was a table full of these famous YouTubers. I mean, like the leader River Rich was there, and like had his whole crew over there, famous YouTubers. And I came walking by, and I was all like, "Hey," and like I was like, "Dude, we know each other, man. What's up?" And like he didn't even invite me to sit down with him. I was all like, "Let me take my little channel somewhere else."
Yeah, and then he rags on us, man. Every time we like pass through and don't see him. Give me a break, man. Rich, come on, Rich.
I always give him a hard time about that because whenever he tested it out, he had a line around the building of people came to see him for his test.
Wow. So Angel said what she wanted to do is probably grab a load to the house. Her and her mom drive the Yukon back up, and then I'll just grab a solo run back to the yard, and that way her and the babies, her mom and the babies, can leave back out once we were done with the picnic. So
that sounds like a plan right there.
I had a couple buddies of mine wanting me to show the truck this year, but I just don't think it's ready. I don't think it's where it needs to be. So I've got a lot of plans for this truck.
When you show the truck, you do it for the kids too. So like the good thing about showing the truck is like you have all those little kids out there, and the more trucks there are, the more they get to see.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
I know Dale's. Go ahead.
I know Dale's going in. He's got the mid-roof Pete. Let me see if I don't think I got his picture anymore on here. Let me see. Yeah, I don't have it on here anymore. But he's got a bad to the bone mid-roof Pete. He's done dumped some money into that thing, dude. Let's see if I can find it. No, I don't have it anymore.
I think they give a trophy out for like best company truck and then best lease truck, and I don't even know what all the trophies are for.
In 2003 and 4, I went to the truck jamboree out there that they have at the Iowa 80 in Walcott.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, never been to the mats, but the jamboree they do out of Walcott, some of those trucks, they have everything from like the 30s and 40s all the way up to the new Class 8s that are decked out, and like $300,000 and $400,000 trucks, polished to no end.
Yeah, the good thing about the Prime one is it's not those trailer queens. These are work trucks.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've been to the truck show before, and I'm all like, how many, like, you run freight in this? And the guy's all like, no, I just bring this one out for shows.
Yeah, I can't stand that, bro. I like a daily driver, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
like those cab overs for some reason, man. I think the cab over just looks so sick. Every time I see a cab over, I'm like, look at that thing.
Yeah, my favorite cab over is the late 70s and early 80s K100s, the Kenworth 100s that are just, if they're done up right, they look good.
So here's Dale's truck, which is before he did anything to it. That's orange one in the background.
Yeah.
So here's a funny story with this photo here. So I was still in Kryptonite at the time, our Blue Pete, and I had a buddy of mine, Zach, was on the phone, which he's been on the stream before, and he says, "Hey man, you're gonna pass right by Dale," and I was like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah." So all right, I'll stop by and see. He said, "Well, he's asleep right now." He said, he just got his new truck. I said, "You got the new Pete already?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "So this is going to be great." And he says, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, I'm going to leave a note on his mirror saying," I think I had it upside down for the photo here.
Yeah.
But it says in the photo, it says, "Hey, sorry about the damage on the truck. Here's my number. Give me a call. We'll work something out. I tried to wake you up, but nice truck, or at least it was." And I left him the note. Bro, he flipped out. Like, lost his stuff, bro, when he called me the next morning. He was freaking out. And he's like, "You think you're funny, don't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I thought it was kind of funny." Brand new truck, first trip home with it. He was so upset, bro. He was so upset. And he's like, "Dude, I sat there and I looked for this. I'm looking for this damage. Like, what is happening to my truck? What has happened?" And he's like, then I looked at the number. I started typing it on my phone. I was like, "Will." But he's done got a visor on there now. He's got chops on there. He's all lit up, underglow. He's got all of his lights where he can change it from amber to purple on the outside of the truck. It's a beautiful truck. Man, he's got a good setup.
When is the thing?
Peg, did you ever get the date for the picnic?
Yeah, the 2nd, September 2nd.
September 2nd. And can we RSVP through the app, or how does that work?
That I don't know.
I think I haven't done it yet, but I was gonna look for it. Somebody told me that it's already up. The RSVP is already up on it, but I haven't.
Right.
I haven't looked for it yet.
I don't know. So they're not letting anybody else come in?
The doors are gonna be open. You don't have to. They want you to RSVP so they know how much food to get.
Right. I got you.
Yeah, Mr. Lowe probably order in probably a couple 1,000 pounds of crab leg.
Right. That's what I go for every year. I'm all like, I let the kids go play, and I'm like, "Where's the crab legs?" Like, that's what I want.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is right now. Okay. So in the app, you go to the news section in the app. On 6/22, they put an RSVP link in on the Prime app, so you guys can RSVP there.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do that after I get off of here because I haven't done it yet either.
So I'm actually filling mine out now.
Because I'm bringing 5
They
people.
probably already know you're coming. They're like, "D's on the way."
Come on, it's Twisted. He's on the yard every day anyway.
Yeah.
And I don't say that to be derogatory. You know, you meet your students there to start your day, and
yeah, end the day there too.
Yeah. And that reminds me, Twisted, I had a question about some of the, you were talking earlier about some of the, taking your students out on some of the roads and doing loads and stuff and going down to Arkansas. Have you ever taken any of your students down Arkansas 127?
Let me go through with it.
No.
Okay.
I don't touch Arkansas. Like I don't touch those back roads of Arkansas unless I absolutely have to.
Understand it.
Arkansas 27 has been the worst road I've ever been on, and I'm not ever trying to go on it again.
I don't blame you, but it is you have a student that might be a little hard to get to understand things. Be a perfect road to break an attitude.
Yeah, my whole theory is the harder I can make it, the stronger you will be, but I'm not risking my life at the end of that day.
Yeah.
You talking about some of those roads in Arkansas, man, like that freaking side of the road's chipped off, falling off the side. I don't want none of that.
No guardrails.
No guardrails, S-turns through those mountains and stuff. I don't even know if the automatic truck would make it up Arkansas 27. I don't know. Okay. Now I'm curious.
All right, I got you.
Be perfect to try with a student. Just to see. I'm kidding.
Shoot, that would be the time I would take over, man. I'd be like, "You're not ready for this." I'm telling you, I don't even ever want to go on it myself again. Arkansas 27 was my nightmare.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody has their nightmare road. Fr8'z Skater, you got a nightmare road?
Man, I really don't like 65 from 40 to Springfield. I'm not a 65 guy.
Oh no.
I'm with you that way. Yeah, and there's also I think it's 13A in Wyoming, leaving Lovell, Wyoming. Don't take 13A back to 80. You'll regret that.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's horrible with the winds and stuff too. Ugh.
Oh man, we left one time when I was flatbed, bro. We got a load up at night, and I had my trainee was leaving up out of there, and we were riding along like, man, this isn't bad, and we're at the base of the mountain, we're just going around. I didn't even check the map, to be honest with you, like an idiot. And we start climbing, and I look up, and I'm like, is that a car? Like, are you serious? Like, cars wrapping around a mountain, coming back, wrapping back around. I'm like, no way. So these bikers, they pass us and they slow down beside us and they're like, and I'm like, what are they shaking their heads about? Like, what's going on? We get up to the top finally and start the descent, and they're on a little pull-off area, a rest area, and they're like, and I'm like, what? I'm like, bro, we made a bad decision. We should not have went this way. The only time I ever took it, never go back. See, at 13 or 14, I got to double check. Yeah, it was terrible. It was awful.
No, I know where you're talking about because it comes like I went the other way over it. I went down that, and I was like, what the heck? Because we were up in we were somewhere by Yellowstone, and we were getting out of that area, and I was all like, we were up there by Yellowstone, and we were working our way down, and just
oh man, it was horrible, bro. It was horrible.
That US 191. It kind of goes through US 191 or 91 that goes through a corner of the park.
Let me see. Hold on, I'll tell you exactly where it's at.
I can't remember. I'm looking at a map right here. Dude, I tell you what, whenever I went through Yellowstone, it was beautiful out there.
It is gorgeous in that part of the world or part of the country.
No, it's not 191. I know what you're talking about. Peg, it's not 191. 191 is rough, though. Hold on, I'm about to find it. Let's see here. Got like full LTE, and it's just like acting crazy right now.
How does that work when everybody, after the thing's over, everybody's trying to leave? Like, what are you waiting days on end for a load or something?
Yeah, it was 14A. 14A back to 90. When I should have just took and ran up 310 back to 90 and then back east. So
yeah, I just found it right here too.
Yep. So you could take 14A to Sheridan to Manchester and get on 90 there, or Ranchester and get on 90 there. Yep. That's the one you don't want to go on. You want to take 310 north and go back to 90. Like, don't take 14A. Whatever you do, don't take 14A. That was nuts. What'd you say, babe?
I want to know how everybody gets freight. Like, I'm worried about leaving back out. Like,
oh, how everybody gets freight?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Probably.
I think I want to say that this is just speculation here. You're talking about from the picnic?
Yeah, like, can you imagine? Like,
I think Rob.
Everybody's.
I can imagine that Rob is going to like wait till everybody gets full of crab legs, and he's going to be like, "Fight! Last man standing gets first load." And then I think that's kind of how it's going to happen.
Yeah. Oh, the terminal is gonna be packed, and whenever it's time to leave, like everybody's grabbing everything they can out. When like the week before the picnic, or like 4 or 5 days before the picnic, that's whenever they're hitting me up. Hey, can you go do this local load? Can you take this to Joplin? Can you take this here? Can you take? I'm like, yeah, sure. And like we do a lot of that stuff that people are dropping at the terminal so they can go to the picnic. And then after the picnic, it's a fight for a load.
So people are showing up like 4 and 5 days ahead of time for the picnic?
Yeah, they get hotel rooms. Like Oasis has been booked out for like, I don't know, 2 weeks now.
Where did you book at? Oh, she just booked at Oasis just now. Like a few minutes ago.
Really?
Yeah, we were stopped in traffic. She's waiting. She just went ahead and booked the hotel.
Oh, well.
Pretty good.
Maybe it's not completely booked.
Yeah.
Oh,
I definitely don't want a room at the Lamplighter after what I've heard goes on over there.
Did you get your room, Pegleg?
Not quite yet. I got to wait for a couple more days.
Couple more days? Okay. Hey, Pegleg's going to be at the picnic, or he's going to be in town that week at least. He's coming to hang out with us, guys.
We need to do like a big old collaboration table, man, somewhere, and and just set up and just everybody post up and stream it out, man, while we're there. I think it'd be awesome.
Yeah, I would have to leave and then come back because I'm gonna have to go spend some time with the kids and family and then come back.
Well, that's what I'm gonna have to do
leave
too.
the
I'm gonna
wife
have to do
with
the
them
same
all.
thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to do the same thing for sure. What'd you say, babe?
My thing is, we gotta go home the next week for Karen's birthday.
Or
The
this
week
could
after
be,
next.
we could do like something while we're up there.
I want to go home.
Okay.
That
sounds
trucker,
fun, though. It really
trucker
does.
Nene back, I don't know when. I don't even know if you know who Trucker Nene is, but a long time ago, Trucker Nene wanted to get all the YouTubers together for like a big like dinner or something one time.
Right.
But
I think it'd be cool to have a collaboration with everybody, you know, because we're all out here, you know, plugging away at these videos and trying to get stuff done. And I think it would be cool for everybody to be able to be accessible, you know, for people who are there and that are interested, come by and see us and stuff like that, and ask questions in person, and you know,
because we all do different stuff on our channels. They're all unique. So
Twisted, have you found a place to dig that whole hog pit yet?
I told that's not gonna happen. We're not digging a hole in my backyard. Like my wife already said no. Huh?
Because I don't want to piss off your wife like that.
Shoot, I told y'all we ain't digging no holes in my backyard. I'm telling you.
So P-Jug says, how much time do you have to set aside to get through the inbound outbound base at the terminal? I've heard they're always busy. Yeah, depends. You got to hold your mouth just right to get through the inbound outbound base at the terminal sometimes.
Yeah, and then they're doing the new drop the trailer in the bay thing. Like if you're dropping your trailer on the yard, you drop it in the bay and the yard dog. I think it was a bad idea, but that's my opinion because you're dropping a trailer in the bay that a driver could have pulled out with and went and put up himself. But now you want it dropped in the bay so the yard dog can go put it in the yard. What about the guy behind the guy that's getting the trailer dropped in the bay? Like that guy's gonna be like, oh no, now I gotta wait longer for the yard dog to come get this. If the yard dog is taking his time, you're screwed.
Yeah, when I was on the tab, I actually told them, like, hey, what kind of sequence set up on the app or on the QC where drivers can prematurely check in, like when they're 100 miles out, and say, hey, my ETA is to this yard at this time. I have X amount of hours to spare. I have to get this done at the terminal. You know, fill in some easy, you know, blanks. That way, when that driver gets there, you can say, hey, go ahead and go through, you know, Bay 7. And we'll get you taken care of, or go through Bay 5 or whatever, we'll get you taken care of, you know, instead of drivers like on Friday afternoon sitting out there for 40 minutes to an hour and a half, you know, trying to get through. So, because it does seem to be a big deal.
I mean, like some of the best times to go through there is either like early in the morning or late at night. I think the fast hours are like from about 5 in the morning to about 10 o'clock is pretty busy, and then like 4 in the afternoon, sometimes 3 in the afternoon to about 6 or 7 at night. It's super busy. I don't know why.
Right.
Peak hours, I guess.
Oh yeah. Same thing with traffic going through any cities. You know, you go through 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. You're going to be in trouble. You go through, you know, 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. You're going to be in trouble. You know, it's just all there is to it. Expect the worst.
Certain parts of Hot Atlanta are bad all day.
Oh my God! Don't even talk about Atlanta, bro. That's like the bastard child of Georgia. It's crazy driving through there.
Oh, so Dustin's going to Branson on Sunday. I like Branson. They got the shoe outlets over there, man. Like you can go to the Nike outlet, the Crocs outlet, the Adidas. Like get ready to spend some money. Like the Coach, dude. I went over there and bought me a Coach wallet for like $11 whenever I went I went to Walmart the week before just to get a regular wallet because mine was falling apart, and I was all like, "Dang, wallets got expensive. They're like $50 for a cheap wallet at Walmart." So I went to Coach Outlet over there, man. Got that thing cheap, and it's a Coach one, and it has a lifetime warranty. If you tear it up, you send it over there, and they'll send it in and get you a new one.
That's bad to the bone. Yeah, we took the kids to the aquarium down there last time we went up and hung out in Springfield. It was about a year and a half ago, something like that, 2 years ago. Yeah, went to Branson. Yep, that's a nice aquarium they've got over there.
Yeah, it's brand new, or it's little.
What's that little diner they've got over there? The little like 50s rock diner, 60s rock diner. That thing is cool. They got like the old shoebox car out front.
I haven't been to that one. I know what you're talking about, but I haven't been to it.
24/7, man. It's an awesome little place. That is a really cool place. I really like that too.
I like that 3-story go-kart track they got over there. That thing's wild.
That was fun. I did that. Oh, geez, I must have been 17. So.
And then I did the Ripley's thing where you walk through the museum over there, and what else have I done over there? We always go to that outlet place with the Guy Fieri or something like that. Guy Fieri
or whatever.
And then the Paula Deen one too. We went to both of those.
We did Paula Deen in Savannah, and it was pretty good. It was neat.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I didn't know that you order for like the whole tables orders together. Like I thought that was strange, but
my favorite restaurant, novelty restaurant, has got to be Ohana's in Disney Orlando. Ohana's, man, I'm telling you what, if you guys, I'm not a Disney fan. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a Disney fan. I think that mouse charges way too much for what he has to offer. But that restaurant,
he hates Disney so bad. We've also done Disney Cruise.
Holy sweet Jesus! Now Disney Cruise is different. That's like if GMC took over GM and like made a cruise. That's the Disney Cruise. That's what that's like. But anyways, Ohana's Disney Orlando, bro. They bring out platters of food and you choose what you want. It's nuts. I mean, they just keep bringing you food, all different types of food. It's just crazy. It's kind of like a Brazilian steakhouse. It never stops. It just keeps coming.
But it's delicious.
And it's good food. It's awesome, man.
Those Brazilian steakhouses are something else too, man. Like I went to one of those for the first time ever not too long ago, and they kept cutting off stuff and bringing you stuff, and they just kept on. Dude, next thing I know, I felt like I was going to split down the middle. I was hurt, and I didn't even walk out very good.
Had to unbuckle your belt for a little bit.
Or just take it off completely.
Right.
Gallon days in the field. And 29 Palms, LOL, great wallet. Yeah, and it has a lifetime warranty if you still have it and it's worn out, man. Like Coach wallet, like, dude, I'm not even a Coach guy, but you know, I needed a wallet and it was cheap. So like, it's the best wallet I ever had. I don't even have it on me, but I like it also because it has like the little slip out. Like you can slip the driver's license out. So you checking in and stuff, you just slip the whole sleeve out. Boom.
Like I know exactly where your wallet's at, and I've never been at your house. Go check your wife's purse. You'll find it. It's in the bottom. That's
next
where mine
to the
is.
Keychain with the 2 balls on it, huh?
Yes, that's where mine is. 100%. Appreciate your service, by the way, Abandon. Thank you so much, man. God bless you, buddy.
That's the greatest YouTube name ever right there. Abandoned Pea Jug. And his picture's even a pea jug.
Yeah, he's got it down. Man. That's what's up.
Does he have a YouTube channel by chance? Because I just want to go watch it.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, we know what the let's check him out. Let's check him out real quick. Let's see what's up.
I don't abandon my pea jugs. That pea jug right there is from the T8, the what's it called? Joplin 44. And I bought this because I made a video with it on TikTok and it got like 1 million views. So I went back and bought the actual jug.
Really?
But it just gets better every time you look at it.
He did. He had it in a couple of his lives too. Hey y'all, check this out! I got a pee jug.
Well, I was gonna make a cup out of it. Could you imagine drinking out of a big letter P? Like it's a letter P even. Like I don't know. It's horrible.
I said the same thing earlier about a gallon of like apple juice. Just rip the label off, like kind of scuff it up a little bit. Like be sitting at set it out, by the fuel pumps while you're pumping fuel. And just like act like you're gonna walk by. First guy that walks by, you just walk by, you like look down, grab it, pop the top, just take a big swig while somebody's walking by. Be like, but it's apple juice, and you're like really enjoying it. The guy's looking at you like, oh my god.
Oh jeez.
That's horrible.
Hey, man, you want a swig?
It's funny, but it's horrible. Oh, that would be nasty.
Have your wife come out of the truck and say, "Here, babe, here you go." She takes a swig.
It's like, what do you think about this, babe? Just see if she'll indulge in it with you.
It's like we did that video. Tim Weimer did that video about don't drink your own pee on my channel, and he had that apple juice bottle. It had like a little bit of apple juice in it, and he was using it as pee, pouring it into different bottles, colors of Gatorade and stuff. And he's like, "See, you can't even see this one. It doesn't change colors. That's why I only drink blue Gatorade." He poured it in blue Gatorade, and it turned green. He said, "You pick that up, there's pee in it or some unidentified substance." And then he said he grabbed another bottle of his green or his blue Gatorade, and he took a drink, and he's like, "You can drink that stuff." And then he grabbed one of the pink ones with the mixed in apple juice, took a drink, and spit it out the window. And people were commenting and asking me and him if he really drank his own piss on that video. And I was like, bro, no, he didn't drink his own piss.
My God.
Oh, I miss that dude, man.
We want the views, man, but I'm not that desperate. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you now, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we were like, he was rolling out his own series, man. We were gonna have Tim safety tips, and he was going through them like he did the wear dirty underwear because you won't get into an accident if you're wearing. No, wear clean underwear because you won't get into an accident because you. How did it go? I can't even remember right now. I think.
Hope it was clean.
He said like something. If you get into an accident, you don't want them to find you in dirty underwear, so you got to wear clean underwear.
Right.
So he wears dirty underwear all the time. So if he got into an accident, he wouldn't get into an accident because he knew he was wearing the dirty underwear or something like that. It was funny. It was just a bunch of funny stuff he did.
He sounds like he was an absolutely hilarious guy.
I got it on my YouTube in a playlist. Dude was awesome. Oh, I'm so used to being the guy doing the lives. I'm all like, let me play this for y'all. Never mind. I can't even do that. I'm all clicking on my computer over here.
Yeah.
It's weird being on someone else's channel because I'm used to being the one that has to click on everything.
Yeah.
I just realized something. Twisted, I was on your live last night for a members only deal.
Mm-hmm.
Here on Freight Skaters Live. That's more lives on YouTube than I've done in 30 years.
Bro, you're the legend, man. You're the legend. I'll tell you what, Peg Leg is one good friend that you could have. He's stayed up. Like, we had a driver one time, and it was his first week out, and I couldn't stay up with him because I had to work the next day, and Peg Leg stayed up with him all night long to make sure he made it there safe.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Killer. Yeah, man, that's why I talked to Rich about, when I got like timed out or whatever, like right when you said, man, I'm gonna time you out, I got timed out on your channel. They could have found out Peg did it by mistake, and he's like, man, we're gonna take his admin wrench from him. I'm like, you don't take that guy's wrench from him, dude.
Yeah, Rich asked me, and I was like, no, dude. I said no, and then I rewatched it, and I was all like, oh, whoa, it does sound like I'm saying him. I was all like, what? And what it was Tennessee was putting that dang link in there, and I'm all like, dude, you better, I'm about to ban you over that or whatever. And
yeah, he's spamming the link.
Man, I felt like crap.
No,
yeah, Pegleg was mighty upset about it.
Because I figured there was a time limit, on the text, because I was only hopping on and off because I had to drive like right after that, and so I was literally responding like boom, 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 and I was like, I understand it's probably timing me out, so I didn't think nothing about it. I was like, all right, guys, see you later, peace out, much love, and then I closed the laptop or whatever. I shot the gap. Well, then later on that night when I stopped, I was like rewatching it, and I was like, I want to watch the rest of the live, Just rewatching it, I was like, okay, here I was messaging, there I am in the chat. Next thing he's like, you're like, oh man, hey bro, I'm gonna time you out for a minute. And I was like, oh, he did time me out. I was like, rewind. And I watched it again. I like screenshot it. I was like, Rich, did I do something to make D mad or something? Like, what did I do, bro? And he's like, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this right now. I was like, oh, okay.
I told Rich, I was all like, dude, I'm gonna have to rewatch it. I'm gonna have to find out whenever it happened. He goes, I got the exact timestamp. Boom, and I was all like, click, and I was like, oh, this is bad. This is real bad.
Yeah. But when he told me, and then like that came on in my next video, and he's like, dude, I'm so sorry. I was like, dude, don't even worry about it. It's all good, man.
Yeah.
It's all good.
It was bad timing.
It was.
OT Josh. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. I don't mean to read your stuff for you.
No, you're good. You can read it, D. I'm good.
I'm horrible at reading. OT Josh says, "What's up, guys?"
What's up, Josh?
What's up?
So unless Mama wants to all of a sudden get video friendly, I'm about to have to drive, guys. So.
All right. Well, I need to take off anyways. I'm going to go spend some time with the kids. I'm going to go annoy them like always. Thanks for having me on, though. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I got your number. I'm going to save mine, bro. And we're good to go, man. We're hooked up now. So
for sure.
It's what it is. So much love, guys. Much love, Peg. Thanks for joining in, brother. I've really enjoyed it.
I appreciate you having me on.
Look forward to doing this more often. And look to seeing you guys at the picnic, man. It's going to be awesome.
Definitely.
So Mama's already got it's for real now because Mama's done booked the room, so we're going.
Yeah.
I'm not taking you going to Springfield. I want to load.
I will be there no matter what. She might go home, so it's whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
She said I gotta
definitely hit me up. All right, I'm gonna go spend some time with these kids. I'm gonna go annoy them for a little while.
That's what they're for, man. That's it, man. It's like having little siblings, but they're like tiny. Like
yeah. They're freaking awesome though. Later, guys.
God bless, man. Peace. See you, Peg. I'm out of here. All right, bro.
Me too. See you.
You guys, thanks so mumuch for watching. If you haven't already, don't forget to like, sub, and share the channel, guys. Get that information out there. I know we kind of cut up a lot, but we really enjoy doing that, and I enjoy doing the live with you guys. So it's real fun. So for those of you who stuck with us for the entire 4.5 hours. Thank you so much. So I've got we got to get parked here and get swapped out. So I'm gonna go get me a big cup of coffee and I'm gonna be out on the road, guys. So next video should be dropping the next day or so, and we're gonna see what it do and what it is. So thanks so much. Stay safe. God bless. Till the next one. Fr8'z Skater out.